Saturdays out of that, but aye, it's strange, but I'm enjoying a wee rest. Definitely, I'm enjoying it.
It's good to recover and recoup yourself after that. Des, how are you this week?
I'm good. I'm sitting in a gymnastics hall for a start, so it's good to be back. I think my wife's probably a wee bit bored at the fact that I'm not there.
I she's probably glad to get a day with her. But look, this week we have. I think the last couple of weeks have been very interesting at this level. I think that every club is trying to get rid of any manager they've ever had, and we've got another casualty this week would be Colin Riley from Arthurlie, which Colin did an interview on one of our shows with Paul Adams, the WSFL build-up, and was quite in depth about what's happened and why he's moved on. So it's quite an interesting one. So we will be touching on that later. As always, we are going to start the show with PG versus the pundits. I lost again last week, and it's beginning to feel like I have never ever seen anything football related at this level in this country, because I'm losing. I don't think I've won in the last 5 or 6 weeks, so it's getting quite bad. But our featured fixtures this week are in the Lowland League, East Kilbride versus Cumbernauld Colts. In the Premier League, we've got Johnson Borough versus Darvel. First Division, Rob Roy versus Irvine Meadows. Second Division, Maryhill versus Whitlets. Third Division, Glenvale versus Glasgow United. And in the Fourth Division, we have the big derby game, the Bishop Briggs derby, West Park versus Ross Vale. So, Straney, I explained to you off camera that yourself and Des will be going head to head with me. We don't need any scores. We just need what you think the final result will be, win, lose or draw.
So, any rationale for this, or you just want that?
Lose or draw? We will go through just the results right away, and then when we go into our featured fixtures, we'll go into depth about why you think it'll be that way. So, first game, Straney, as you are our guest, East Kilbride versus Cumbernauld Colts. What do you think?
I'll take East Kilbride in that one.
Nice, without hesitation.
Yeah, Gorms in that will have a good go at me about that, but not just take East Kilbride.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
I think that was quite an easy one for you. I'm also going to go for East Kilbride. I think that Doyley and Gomes are doing a great job at Cumbernauld, and I think that they are doing a good enough job that they're probably going to be safe for me, barring any catastrophes, particularly having 5 games left, and they are, well, Gareth Ferrydean only 4 games left, and they're 4 points clear of them. So 5 points clear, sorry. So they're in a decent position. Des, in the West of Scotland Premier League, Johnson Borough and Darvel, how do you see that one going?
Darvel have obviously picked up a wee bit recent weeks. Obviously been sat at the bottom of the league and ploughing their own furrow, but I think Borough have got too much quality in that. I think they'll also have the wee boost with Murty signing a new contract as well. Players will be looking for deals for next year. A lot of positivity around Keene Park just now, so I'll take Borough for a win there.
Straney, what do you think?
Aye, similar to Des, I think Johnson Borough will shade it. Darvel have picked up, they're fighting for their lives, and sometimes that obviously gives you that wee bit of extra motivation. Johnson Borough maybe have an eye on the Scottish Junior Cup coming up as well, so but they've got a fairly in-depth squad there that allows Murty to rotate and whatever else. So I think Johnson Borough will edge a tight affair there.
Smashing. I'm probably going to bottle it and just go with Johnson Borough, but a part of me thinks that Darvel might be able to nick a draw.
No, don't bottle it.
Des, honest, I keep losing, man. I can't keep losing. It's getting too much for me. I'm getting him and the Windsor saying to me, Dad, did you lose again today? I think Darvel are definitely picking up. For what I heard, they probably should have nicked the win against Shotts the other night, which if they had, would have taken them above Gartcairn and tied on points with Shotts if they'd managed to get that result. We're going to touch on it later on. We'll talk about the interesting relegation zone in the Premier League, because there's a lot happening there, but I'll go the same. I will sit in the fence and go for Johnson Borough. Straney, in the First Division, I've actually missed out a game, to be honest, that I was going to put in for the featured fixtures, so I will put it in at the bottom. We don't have any interviews for this one, but I think because of the nature of it, it's such an interesting one, and it is both our former clubs, Kilwinning Rangers, Renfrew against Kilwinning. How do you see that one going? Because at the top of the table,
I think Kevin's done a brilliant job there. I can't see by Kilwinning in the form that they're in at the minute. But Renfrew have really surprised me. I think they're probably the shock of the division. And it's great to see them, pushing on. Great club in and around that area, and I think it'll be a tight game. I think both of them are free scoring at the minute. Again, the nature of the game, because it's a top of the table clash, could go either way.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to side with winning just because I'm my hometown team.
We have an issue that Renfrew are your hometown team. So can you put head over heart, or is it heart over head, or does head say Renfrew? What do you think?
Like Chris, it's your hometown team. Renfrew have been a surprise package this year. I think Jimmy's done magnificent.
Brilliant.
Really, really good. And I know that they don't have the budget that a lot of clubs have. I think the big thing that they'll have there today is that it's a home game. And Renfrew are typically stoic at home. I think this is probably going to be the first time I've ever said it on this show. I'm edging towards a draw in this game. And I think both teams would probably take that.
So you need to decide between
I'm
yourselves.
quite happy to sit in the fence with Des because it's a top of the table clash and it could well be a draw. So I'll go a draw, but I want it one.
I want Renfrew.
This is where we're going to have our first deviation. I'm going to go for co-winning. It's like you said, Stuart. I can't see by them in current form, but I also think Renfrew have picked up the last few weeks as well. They did a wee dip where they get the draw with Blantyre, the draw with Rob Roy. Games you'd expect them to probably go and win, particularly at that time. And I think that they will make a good game. And particularly when you've got, even with Renfrew, they've got like Stuart Fife, centre half, is the chipping in with goals, and you've got quality there up front as well. But I'm going to go with winning. I can't see by the Buffs, so I'm going to go for that. There's our other game in that league is at the bottom end of the table, and arguably for me is the biggest game of the day, where I don't know if it's because the clubs are so big and they're in a position that people don't expect them to be in, but Rob Roy and Meda, Rob Roy winning 2-1, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago against the Meda. How do you see it playing out?
I think Meda get the bounce just now. I think they're playing well. I know they obviously, they're really they're to Borough losing the penalties in the Scottish Cup. I fancy Meda to win that one. I think they'll just get enough. Bringing in Rocky this week as well, but another bit of firepower up front. Yeah, I fancy Meda.
Again, probably home advantage maybe comes into it in this one we spoke about previously, but you've just had that kind of anomaly there with Corinne playing grass and Renfrew and Astro, and this is the same, similar with these teams that somebody used to a type of pitch at home and then going away. But for me, both teams struggling to score goals. I can't see there being a lot of goals in it. I think it'll be a nervy affair. I think a draw suits both teams because it takes them above Villa Clyde. Am I right in that?
Yeah, depending on their result, with 3 and 4 games in hand each.
Yeah, so I think it could be a cagey affair. I think both of them will probably see it that way, and they'll be happy with a point apiece given that. So I'm sitting in the fence with that one.
Right,
are you happy to concede?
Yeah, well, Straney conceded the one before, so yeah,
I'm getting Skelfs as well. I'm going to go for the draw. I think that, like you said, the home advantage is a big thing. Having the win last time as well, I think Jamie will have a wee bit between his teeth. I also think that signing Brophy will be an important one. I think Ewan Baird could be important as well. Ewan is very, very quick. On the Astro, I think might benefit him as well if they can get the ball in behind. And I think that with his pace and how informed he is in terms of scoring goals this season, it might just benefit him. Straney, on to Maryhill and Whitlets. How do you see that one playing in the second division?
Whitlets top of the league, going well, going all guns for promotion. Maryhill kind of mid-table. I think the home advantage could play a big part in this one. I've just got a wee sneaky feeling that Maryhill could cause a wee bit of an upset. There's not a lot of foundation to that other than I always found Maryhill a tough place to go when I was a player myself. They've got a lot of good young players there, and I think playing the team that's top of the league will give them an added incentive. So I'm just going to side with Maryhill, but that's a wee bit left field.
Des?
I don't disagree with that. I think it's a completely different playing surface from what Whitlets are used to. They've got a vast open expanse, and you're getting up to Lochburn, which is tight, not the best surface. It's going to be bobbly. Maryhill are on a wee bit of an upturn. they're going to be in your face. They're going to make it hard. So I'm
You happy going Maryhill?
Yeah.
That is a wee left field indeed. I am going to go for Skelfs again and go for a draw. I think that what you've said is true, and I played at Maryhill a couple of spells there, and Lockburn can be quite difficult. The weather's been decent this week, which means the park maybe slightly harder, and I almost think it's worse when the weather's good at Lockburn because it becomes so bobbly and bumpy. Mark Young, manager there, has agreed a new deal. He started signing players already for next season. 100 games last week from. I think that the mood will be quite high there. I think I'll go for a draw there. But Whitlets have been excellent since the change of management, so it will be quite an interesting game. And they're also top of the table today. Third division, we're at the bottom end of the table. Glenvale and Glasgow United. Straney, how do you see this one playing out?
It's going to be another tight affair. Again, Glasgow United, good bit of firepower, but again, conceding goals. I think there were goals in it, and both teams conceding quite a lot of goals. It's a toss of a coin. I think I'm just going to go for Glenvale in a 3-2 thriller.
Interesting. Des?
I'll go with Glenville as well. I don't think Glasgow United have been anywhere near the team that they should be, given the resources and the players that they have in their team. I think it's probably been a massive disappointment for them this year. Glenville at home, like Straney said, I don't think defences are on top this season. So I'll go for Glenville win.
I'm unsure. I think Glenville have picked up a wee bit. I think they've been doing quite well recently. Glasgow United were a good win last week, which could help them. They are still in the relegation zone. I don't see them being there at the end of the season. 5 games in hand on Girvan above them, 5 games in hand against Bellaleven as well, and only a point and 2 points respectively. But if they win today, they go ahead of Glenvale and bring Perthshire back into it as well. I think it's quite an interesting one, but I'm going to go with Glenvale also. I think that they should have enough about them just to see it through, and I think Lewis has done a great job there in his first role in management. Final game, West Park and Rossvale, the derby of the day, biggest game in the country, big derby game. Bishop Briggs derby. How do we see it going, Des?
I've got to also back Josh, haven't I? So not just backing Josh because Josh, but I think Rossvale I think they'll have too much. They're quite a settled team as well. I don't really see terribly much. Both teams have been known each other, player-wise, etc. I don't really see too much of an issue in that. I think Rossvale will be, Rossvale on 35, West Park 32. One game takes either way. I fancy Rossvale.
Straney?
I don't think any two teams are going to catch Knightswood, but I think there's a wee outside push for promotion, I think, now from Rossvale's point of view. So I'm going to bow to Des' superior knowledge in that one and go with Rossvale.
I'm the same as yourself, gents. I'm going to go for Rossvale, not because Josh is my mate, but they had a very good win last week. They're back-to-back wins. They are getting the full squad back. They've made a few new signings as well this week and last week, and I think that they've got their depth back, and I just get a feeling that they're going to make a wee push for it. They've got Kello twice to play as well. I think today, if they can get a win and keep the pressure on Kello, then we're definitely looking at a very interesting finish to the season for them there. So we have our results in. East Kilbride and Gullinall Colts, we're both going to East Kilbride. Apologies if you hear any noise in the background. We've got a party in today, so hopefully we get some cake, but you might hear some noise. Premier League, we'll get Johnson Borough and Darvel. We're both going for Johnson Borough. We have Renfrew and Kilwinning. I have gone for Kilwinning. You guys have gone for the draw. Rob Roy and Ahmed have both gone for the draw. Maryhill and Whitlets, you've gone for Maryhill. I've gone for Glenvale. I've gone for the draw, sorry. Then Glenvale, Glasgow United, we're both gone for Glenvale. And final game, West Park and Rossvale, we're both gone for Rossvale. So we will move on to our first fixture of our first featured fixture of the day, which will be in the Lowland League. I think that we could all accept that East Kilbride are going to win the Lowland League. I don't think it looks anything like that. But before we talk about this match, if you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at Sat Football Live. Any questions you have for myself and the guys, we're more than happy to answer it. So just send us a wee message. Or you can get us on the comment section on YouTube. Just fire any questions you want to ask us. We're more than happy to answer it. So, East Kilbride and Cumbernauld Colts. East Kilbride had the wee blip where they took a bit of heavy beating from Cali Braves and Celtic. We had Mick on the show a few weeks back saying that Cali Braves game was bad. I watched the highlights defensively. East Kilbride looked horrendous. But the Celtic game, we said, for a large spell of the game, they matched them. Celtic ran away with it at the end. It's a tough one because I don't see East Kilbride not winning this. But Cumbernauld, under Doyley and Gomes, as we've touched on, they've had a really, really solid start to their time there and adapting to that league. Strainy, how do you see this one playing? Obviously, we've tipped East Kilbride, but how do you think it's been so far for them?
I think Michael will be satisfied the way they sit at the moment. The difficulty that East Kilbride have got is in terms of the standards that they produce week in week. Very, their goal return's massive in that league.
It's 104 goals in 28 games.
I think probably in the last couple of weeks they've maybe suffered a wee bit of fatigue with the games that you spoke about. They've already played 28 league games and they've had a long couple of cup runs. They're getting to the end of that cup run, and that wee bit of fatigue can kick in at this stage of the season with players. I think they're probably over that. They've had a wee refresh, picked up a good result in midweek, which really, really helps them build that wee cushion up again. But the flip side of that, if you look at the Colts, they've won 4 out of 6, I think, under Doyle and Gomes. They've got really quick forwards. They'll be very direct, and that can be, the undoing of East Kilbride because they're so possession dominant that they commit a lot of bodies forward, they expose themselves, and that's just the way they like to play. They know that's a weakness in their team in terms of teams can get at them. But Cumbernauld have got really, really quick players at the top end of the pitch. I think they've got 4 players on loan at the minute. And I can see them causing problems for East Kilbride if they're not in their game. So it's an interesting one. It's a free hit for Cumbernauld to a certain degree. The pressures on East Kilbride, they're expected to win, they're expected to see out the league, and Michael will be really keen to make sure that they win the playoff this year, considering they were probably slightly unfortunate not to win it last year. So I think it'll be a good game. I think, as I say, the Colts have got the ability to go there and just say, let's go and see what we can make of the game. Let's go and see if we can cause an upset. And that sometimes lets you play with a bit of freedom. But flip side of that, East Kilbride, obviously, the onus will be on them to go and dominate the ball and go and win the game.
I think so. Des, what's your view?
Yeah, pretty much similar. I've seen East Kilbride a few times this year. They are very, very good on the ball. They're all comfortable football players. They know that the end is in sight, and for them it's just about ticking game after game after game just to make sure they get across the line. Gorms, obviously, and Cumbernauld, they've got a wee bit of resurgence. They'll be looking more so for next season. They're safe as the way they are. So what they'll be doing is they'll be putting plans in place. They've got the boys in on loan at the moment. What do they need to do to get better for next year to make sure that they are in a more prominent position? But I don't really see anything other than East Kilbride win if they're on form.
Something for me that needs to be taken into account is Cumbernauld have Berwick next week, and I think that that's a more important game than this is today because, like you said, it's a bit of a free hit against East Kilbride because I don't think many people expect them to go and get the result. I think they've got a few injuries today as well. I'll ask you this as a manager, Strainy. You've got your Doyley, you've got East Kilbride today, Berwick next week. You've got a couple of boys struggling. Do you go for it today and hope that everything goes well, or do you maybe sit back a wee bit today and make sure that you've got players available for the Berwick game?
No, you play every game in its own merits. I think you go for what you can. I definitely think there's an opportunity there for Cumbernauld in transition. That's just the way the nature of the game. as I said previously, East Kilbride will dominate possession. It'll be up to them to be tight and try and turn the ball over. And who knows, the game then against Berwick might have less of a significant meaning if you can go and nick something today. So it's the old one. I think Doyle and Gons deserve some credit for getting in and changing the way Cumberland Old have played, because philosophy, that's a big argument. It's an argument across like all levels of football. It's philosophy over pragmatism. You hear a lot of it with Ange Postecoglou. You know, it's a big debate with Tottenham in terms of him sticking to his beliefs and stuff like that. You know exactly how East Kilbride are going to play, but Doyle and that have gone in and said, you know, we're maybe not good enough to play that way. Pep Guardiola bounce it about the back, we're conceding goals. Let's be pragmatic. Let's play to our advantage. We've got 3 guys up front. Let's be as direct as we possibly can and get them in. And it's worked for them. So you have to take everything in its own merits, and that's why I'm saying today, in terms of the game itself, I think they have to look at this game. Berwick game will take care of itself.
I think that you're maybe a natural. I think that will that brings us on perfectly to when I asked Doyle what they've changed to help bring an upturn in results. So here's what Doyle had to say on that.
In terms of changing, to be fair, what I've done is when I first went in the door, I told the players what I'm expecting from them and what they expect from me and what they can expect from me and my coaching staff. So we can lay out the kind of foundations. One of the biggest things, to be honest, is the players are bought into us. They're bought into exactly what we're about and what we're looking for and how we're going to get out the trouble of relegation. And albeit we're still battling away in that process at the moment, the boys have been excellent for us. They really have. They've trained really well. I said the level of professionalism has been brilliant to the players. And as I said, they're bought into it. So that's half your battle. And it just means then we can go about our business as a coaching staff and a management team in order to try and look at how we can tweak things and how we can maybe add wee bits. So we managed to bring a few players in on loan, just change a couple of wee things. Some are out the door, some have come in the door, and really kind of kicked us on. I've kind of bought into what we're about as well, and they've integrated really well. So in the dressing room's massive, and I've maintained that with the players this season, especially this season, given the obviously the situation that we're in. But I've done that previous dressing room as well. The dressing room's absolutely massive. It's got to be a good dressing room, a good bunch of players with good people who are on doing a hard work and honest job. If you do that, then you've got every chance. And obviously that gives us a good platform and a good foundation to then go and make the wee necessary tweaks or tactical switching, everything else that they've bought into already and prepared to go and give you everything. So for me, that's where I feel they've done it. But I know obviously when Craig was there previously, he mentioned that it's a good bunch and it just needed maybe a few wee tweaks, and we've obviously managed to make a couple of tweaks and, as I said, a few additions, and it's really kind of kicked us on. We've had a wee bit of adversity, and amongst that, there was some injuries in the loan player that we had. Centre back wise had to go back to Lithgow Road, so that's left a bit of a gap. But then again, we've managed to do okay so far, and we're still getting results. But we know the next 4 games is going to be massive too. So it's all like in the initial period, it's seen out towards the end of the season in order to get where we're going to and what we want to achieve. But so far, as I said, I can't say enough about the players. They've been absolutely fantastic and they've bought into it, and I say hopefully it continues.
I think having the lone players in, like you've touched on, Strainy, it does make a difference and it brings a bit of freshness as well. And I suppose that comes from a knowledge of what type of player you're looking to have, and I suppose that's what the loan system could be used really well for a new manager coming into a club, is that you might not have the finances to go and buy players, so you can go and pick players and bring them in and hopefully change your fortunes.
Yeah, loan system's very good. I think the loan league teams tend to get more buy-in in terms of loan than the West of Scotland teams from the senior teams. What it does for you, it means that if you've not got budget, that you can go and fill a position that you're maybe not comfortable with. I think recruitment's it's 3/4 of the job is recruitment in terms of getting your recruitment right. If you get your recruitment right, then it's on to the players and they do their stuff. But if you've got a gap or you've got somewhere where you need to fill and there's not that obvious person where you can go and sign, or maybe the person that you want to go and sign is in contract or whatever else, and you can't dig them out of where they are, then the loan market is good. And with players coming in on loan, you get a natural enthusiasm. They want to play. It's probably been that they've not played, so that's why they're coming out on loan. So you get the buy-in, you get them to, and just kind of what Doyle is alluding to, they'll listen to what you're asking them to do, and it certainly worked for them. It worked for us last year with Bees when we signed the boy Ewan Wilson from Motherwell. Ewan was, he had a bad loan spell at Stirling Albion, came in, just wanted to play. His enthusiasm for the game was brilliant, and it filled a position for us when we had Steg injured, that he came in and he held the place down to the end of the season, went away in the summer, built his body up, got himself really fit, and he's played in Motherwell's first team all season. So the loan system can work both ways, but I think Doyley's reaping the rewards in terms of young enthusiastic players coming in and doing what he's asking them to do.
No, it definitely does.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the loan system, as Chris quite rightly said, I think senior teams will look more favourably at the loan league, because the perception is that going to the West of Scotland may be a step down. But I disagree. I think most of the West of Scotland teams could hold their own, absolutely no problem at all in the loan league. But the loan players that are coming in, that's a shop window for them, whether it be the club that they're currently with, to come back in, and there's also the boy Ewan Wilson's been straight in Motherwell's team from B last year. It's their opportunity to show and then go in and play. And they tend to be younger players that are coming on loan. It's them to go in and play real men's football, competitive football, show themselves. And if they don't get a contract at the club they're at, then there'll be certain suitors there that are looking at them.
No, I definitely agree. In terms of, you're talking about the philosophy that everybody at West of Scotland level knows what Mick's like, very much kind of possession-based football, and they do take chances, and it's good to watch. But having watched the highlights against Calibrave, it can also be the stage, if your centre halves or your defence aren't on it, then you can be hurt quite badly, which was evident in losing 9 goals in 2 games. I found watching that highlights package that East Kilbride were trying to build, big centre half did not have a good day, and it was one of the ones where sticking to the principles, which I suppose is good in the sense it gives players the belief that if you make the mistake, try to play the way the manager wants you to play, then you have a bit more confidence that you can just go and play it. But that day he didn't, and he had a bad day and it caused them. We're going to move on to the Premier League now, the West of Scotland Premier League. Johnson Borough and Darvel, obviously we've touched on it, Des, with Murday signing his new deal. I think they are 1 defeat in 18 games, so they're in a really good bit of form. A few draws thrown in there. It looks like it's Clydebank's league to lose. I just can't see any other way. But Des, how do you see this playing out? Because Darvel, despite they've lost 10 out of 19, only won 3, but their cup run's been good, and they have started to pick up quite a bit of form.
They've picked up a bit of form latterly, which is obviously great for them considering the position they're in. But I just think we can't overlook the form that Borough are in. But just talking about 1 defeat in 18, Scottish Cup semi-finalists, manager signing a new deal, great investment in the club. We've got plans for the infrastructure around the club as well. It just seems a club that's on the up. It's a great time, and players now knowing that Murray's going to be there for another year, Murray can then go and attract players who are out with, I'm sure, from teams that are maybe in the lower league or higher. Yeah, I can't see anything other than Borough win.
Strainer, what do you think?
That adage where, the team at the bottom of the league that have got something to play for, they're fighting for their lives, I think that comes into play today. I've seen Johnson Borough a couple of times. I think they're a good side. They've got quality players in depth within their squad. Murray's built up a real, depth of players. I think sometimes that can bring its own problems. I know certainly from my own sense as a manager, sometimes you get too many players to pick from, too many quality players. The players can't build up a rhythm in terms of being in the team, because they know maybe if they don't play, they're a 7 out of 10, it's no good enough to hold their position, and they maybe not get a rhythm in terms of how they're playing. But the quality of player that he's got there, it's 1 in, 1 out, and that brings its own competition. It means that he's no need to wield the big stick all the time. The carrot's there for the guys. Play well, you're in the team. Don't play well, the consequences. So
you also look at the players that he's let go as well, and they're quality players as well. And guys that have retired.
I mean, if you look at, if I'm looking at the teams objectively and I look at their strengths and weaknesses, to me, Danny's as good as a centre back as you'll find.
I think so.
I had Danny obviously at Beath. I think he's a smashing lad, smashing player. In terms of areas where I think you can get it, Johnson Borough, I think fullback areas, they've not got that strength and depth to go, and I would imagine Murray will be looking at changing that in the summer, or looking at targets for that area. they're not playing as particularly well as they would like to, I would imagine, because they've won games. If you look at the league, and again, they're sitting second, so coming up into this league for the first time in a long time, Johnson Borough can take a lot of solace for sitting second in the league. But they are, I think they would have liked to have been a lot closer to Clydebank than what they are, given the type of players that they've got, given the quality that they've got in the squad. They would be like to pushing Clydebank. That's probably, I would have, when I was at my time at Bees, would have liked to be a lot closer as well. But I think if you ask Murdy if he's satisfied with where he is at this point in the season, I think he would say, yeah, semi-finals of the Scottish Cup to look forward to, sitting second in the league. It's a chance for them, as Des quite rightly says, assess his squad going into next season, see who's going to be there, who's not going to be there, and then look to build. We'll come on to, I dare say, what league reconstruction means for these teams later on. But all in all, it's probably a below par. Well, I say below par, but it's no below par in terms of where they would see this. They see themselves sitting exactly where they would probably like to be at this moment in time. Darvel, on the other hand, Mick's had hundreds and hundreds of turmoil to deal with. I actually feel very sorry for him because he's cut his teeth at Ashfield, done really well at Ashfield, getting into Darvel thinking, I'm inheriting a team that's done well over the last couple of years. I'll go in there, put my own stamp on it and try and he's just dealt with, off-field turmoil left, right and centre. So from his perspective, I don't think he would envisage being where he was when he took over. But they are where they are. They need to get their heads round what they've still got quality players within their ranks. And I still think they've got the ability. I looked at the league table the other day and I've got it in front of me here. A win for Darvel today really puts the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of it brings everybody right into it. I think Hurlford, Benburb, Shotts, Gartcairn and Darvel are the teams that are in the mix at the moment. But Cumnock are not out it and probably Pollock not quite out it yet. If Darvel win today, then it really sets the cat among the pigeons in that regard. But I still see, Gartcairn, Darvel, plenty to play for, and Shotts have picked up recently as well. The team maybe at the moment is struggling for forms, Benburb, but Wince has got, enough about them at the top end of the pitch to pick up wins. And Hurlford, Endo's been all the course.
I know that.
Again. So Darvel know what they've got to do. They've got to probably, I think they've got 11 games left. 11 games. They'll have to win half of those games. And if they win half of those games, I think they'll be safe.
I would agree. I would tend to agree. Look, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we will hear from Darvel manager Mick Oliver, and we'll see what he's got to say on the situation today. We'll be And welcome back to Saturday Football Live. Remember, if you want to get in touch with us on WhatsApp, you can get us on 07396717412. That is 07396717412. Or you can get us on Instagram and X at Sat Football Live, or you can get us in the comment section on YouTube. So we were talking about Johnson Borough and Darvel, how Mick's had a really probably a different job than he expected when he took over the team. And I think that he's had certain issues that he's had to face there. So I've asked Mick, how's he feel now that, like we've touched on, their form starting to pick up? And I asked him if we're starting to see the real or his real Darvel side. So this is what Mick had to say on it.
Certainly starting to see a better version of it. There's been a lot of change, as people know, both on and off the pitch. Consistently right throughout the season. I feel that we've almost built 3 different squads over the course of the season, but in the last kind of 6 to 8 weeks, we also had a hell of a lot of injuries, which affect.
Obviously the points deductions as well. You're now seeing him coming back. I think he deserves every chance to.
For definite as well, he wants to do it long term or not.
I would agree. We are going to move on to our first featured fixture in the First Division, Renfrew and Co-winning Rangers. So you were manager, was it 3 years ago, Kilwinning? Was it 3 years ago you left?
Aye.
So you finished, I think, if I remember correctly, you could tell me if I'm wrong, you were fourth in the league, in the Premier League, or something like that.
I think we finished fourth or fifth when I left.
Right, so the club was in what I would say a position where they think they should be at that point, and you might be able to fill us in with more if you're choosing to. I don't know how the situation was behind the scenes. You leave, they end up getting relegated. They've not had the easiest time in the first division. Kev's come in, and I think he's done a tremendous job. The fact he's only lost 3 games in the first 22 games of the season, I think he's done a remarkable job. Probably putting them into a position where, for me, they're favourites to win the league, and it's very hard to see them not even getting promoted if they win a couple more games. What's your view on Kilwinning, having been there? Like, I was there as a player many, many years ago, so it was a very different time. What is your view on Kilwinning and where they're at just now?
Kevin's turned it around because he's brought the identity back to the football. That's what he's done. When I left, it was very much a local community club where everybody, put their back or shoulder to the wheel. Everybody, helped where they could. Listen, I'm bitter about how I left Kilwinning because I did a very good job at Kilwinning in my eyes, and that's me maybe blowing my own trumpet a wee bit there. But I think the proof of the pudding was in the eating in terms of what happened to Kilwinning when I left. Somebody at the club had visions of the club being probably more grandiose than what it was. There's a lot of good clubs in that top league, and they found it difficult in the league the season that I left. When I left, there was a wee comment made by the chairman at the time, and he said, the pathway is dead, and that was a wee dig at me because I came on against Blantyre. At that time I was 41. But there were circumstances behind me coming on at Blantyre, more so than there was a lot of injuries that day, but we couldn't bring the youth boys into the team because they had a Scottish Cup final, the under-18s. We were playing St Catholics in Scottish Cup final next week, and I would never forgive myself if one of the boys came on and missed that, biggest game of the season. So anyway, I came on for Thomas Collins that day, and I was better than Thomas, by the way. And I genuinely mean that, and Thomas will tell you himself when he sees you. But I came on that day, and the chairman, as I say at the time, made the comment, the pathway is dead. And if that's what he felt, then he's entitled to feel that way. But I'd put a lot of time and effort into building pathway to Kilwinning and different things. And when I look at it now, there's probably 5 or 6 boys that are local, that are in the team. And that's what Kevin's introduced again, is bringing that, the Kilwinning boys, people that matters to the club in and about it. And that's the thing that he's done well. He's made it a hospitable environment for friends and family to come about. And that's what Kilwinning will always be. It's a community club. Boys and girls football played there. Has to be that environment to take the club forward, and he's done that, and I think he's done a remarkable job doing it as quickly as he's done. He's ahead of the curve as far as I'm concerned. I thought it would have maybe took him a year past that, a year and a wee bit more. But what he's, again, just to reiterate what he's done again, if you look at, he's went in there with experience behind him and what a community should be through obviously with his dad's work and whatever else, but he's seen it at football clubs where the community's the heart of the club. He knows what he wants. Again, he's a philosophy manager. I've watched games that they've played. He sticks to his philosophy, so good on him for that. He's come through a bumpy start to the season, and now they're flying. The boy Jack McMahon, who's a local boy at Kilwinning, Jack had a lot of injuries at the beginning of the season. Jack's a talented boy. Got his focus on his football, scoring goals. Brian Boylan's taking a real leadership role. Brian's became a dad recently, and I think that's been a bit to calm Brian down. He's less vociferous than he used to be, and his shouts are not as daft as he used to be, but he's certainly taken a fatherly role to a younger squad, and he's somebody that's a talisman for them. So Kevin's got the bricks in the right places. He's building, he's doing a great job. Take my hat off to him, and I couldn't be more pleased for him.
I think what you've said there is entirely correct. What he's done is he's came from being a community-based club. He knows the ethos, he knows the ethics that St Wroxall came, what his dad has put in place. And he's basically just transferred that to the exact same type of community who want to be around one another, want to do well for the club, want to do well for the community, put them on the map, get positivity out in the town then gather around them. And as Chris said, he's probably a year ahead of schedule. And what he's done has been nothing short of remarkable.
What does it mean though in terms of, because I'd agree with you both, I think that, I've not spoke to Kev about this, but I actually think Kev would probably feel that they're ahead of where they thought they would be. What does that mean if they go up then? Does that mean that it's going to be a hard season next year if
I think it means the club and the community need to get round them again and to ensure that they go up, they stay up, and then they build on that platform. Because Kilwinning are a Premier League team. I mean, I remember playing against Straney's team. Martin and I were at Kilwinning. We were roasted for you guys that night, absolutely roasted. And that's when you seen them playing great football. We came out we were at Lakeside and the fans were there and they were lighting off smoke bombs. It was just such a positive atmosphere. That's what Kilwinning need again, and there's no reason why it can't happen again.
Again, back to that. The source of it is the size. The size of the club means that if they go up, they should have a static budget in terms of it's not going to jump. They're not going to have to find X amount of pounds to go. They've got a foundation there where they can go. The younger players will be a year down the line in terms of their experience. I think they'll do okay, but the younger ones, again, just that physicality upper level becomes a question mark over them. It depends what they do in the summer. Are they serious about their football? Do they want to go and build their bodies? Do they want to go and push on? Or does he have to then bring in a few more experienced players just to help the younger ones that are in the squad? So, they're well ahead of schedule. I think any manager would rather be in the position that he's in rather than saying, oh, we'll wait a year down the line, because if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. Right. Whereas he's in the scenario just now that it's very much within their hands, and I expect them to get out of the line.
Renfrew, on the other hand, had the blip like I touched on earlier. They're starting to hit a bit of form, and as you said, Straney, I don't think anybody, particularly last season when they looked like they were potentially going to get relegated at one point, I don't think anybody would have seen Renfrew 23 games into the season sit in second place. And they've also, because of how results have gone with teams about them dropping points, they've also gone for a stage where they played 4 and 5 games more and only were a couple of points ahead of teams. They are now a game or two more and a couple of points ahead of teams where the margins are so much smaller. I think Jimmy deserves an incredible amount of credit for the job he's done there.
Listen, I remember playing against Jimmy. Jimmy's one of the dirtiest players I've ever played against. He used to have a good swing at me every now and again, but
I'll tell you a great story about Jimmy later.
He's a totally different type of manager. I've seen him on the sidelines. He's quite calm and collected in terms of how he goes about
things. Similar to yourself.
Very similar. Very similar. That's just plastic. No, but the reality of what Jimmy's done is, you just touched on it there, and I was touching on it with Mick. He's come through a really difficult time last year, and as a young manager, it could be dead easy for people to think, no, we want to change that.
Yep.
He's grown, he's learned, he's known, that I'm now in a position where we maybe made a mistake in terms of team selection, or we made a mistake. I know the team that I'm playing against last year, they did this, they're going to do that again, we're going to go and do this. It's a learning curve for football management. And again, if you give people time, the right people, good football people, Jimmy's a Renfrew boy, he's been Renfrew boy and man. To that degree, so he knows the ins and outs of the football club. There'll be nobody within Renfrew that wants to do as well for Renfrew as Jimmy Quigley does. So to that end, he's the right guy in charge of the right team. They're on an upturn, which teams, and I think Des alluded to it, they'll probably have one of the smaller budgets in that league. You spoke about them having a wee blip. There's no team in that league that's no the blip. And you can talk about the competitive nature of that league. It's the cliche, points on the board means more than games in hand, and it's never more prevalent than it is in that league. So I think they're in a great position. If they can nick something for today's game, it puts them in a good position again, because I think St Roch's and Glencairn play each other today as well. So again, that's a game that's got massive implications for the top of the table. The team, and again, you're going to probably come on to this again, the team that are the outlier in that are Atherley.
Yeah.
And what happens with them now? Can they get the show back in the road? They've got really good players. Can they get themselves in the mix? But Renfrew winning, just to reiterate, Jimmy and Kevin both doing a fantastic job, and it's replicated. It's vindicated in the positions that they're in at the top of the league.
We're going to, I'm sorry to cut you. We're going to go, just due to time, we're going to go straight to our game at the bottom end of the table. Rob Roy and the Meda. I spoke to John Gibson, Rob Roy manager, yesterday or Thursday. I think this is a really interesting one, because these on paper are two sides who should not be where they are. They're big clubs, both within the last, I think, did they both get relegated last year?
Yes. Yeah.
So there you go, both in the Premier League last year. they're now starting to find form. I think Gibby's a cracking manager. He proven that at Blantyre with small budget and how well and how competitive he made that Blantyre team is starting to turn them a wee bit. And then now Jamie coming in at Meda has the turning form since Jamie's been there has been ridiculous. I think they've lost 2 in 10 games, whereas before they were probably winning 2 in 10 games. So it's a crazy turnaround for them. Straney, how do you think, because obviously we've gone for the draw on this game, and you've touched on the factors of it being a home game for Rob Roy being quite important. How much an impact do you think the last game would have had with Rob Roy getting the win over them?
It depends. I don't think Jamie was in charge.
That was his first defeat.
So it refreshed his mind. I'm not one into double headers and what it meant for the last game. Each game has to be taken its own merits, but he'll have learned. The thing that sticks out for me is, Gibby, great manager at Blantyre. He's getting into Rob Roy where they've moved ground. There's been a big expectation on them this year. Again, massive learning curve for him. He's been at a club where he's ran the show, done everything from cleaning the boots to, wiping down the dressing rooms to picking the team. And now he's at Rob Roy where it's taking him a wee bit of time to settle. And he'll know again, going again, recruitment. Gibby's probably always recruited younger players. Because that's what he had to recruit. And when you look at players that are available for Rob Roy to sign, they've maybe got a better budget than the player. And it's not necessarily players, but he's went, I'm going to go with young players and give them a freedom to go and play. At bigger clubs, young players can freeze. And I think there's been an element of that at Rob Roy, especially at the start of the season. They had the bigger crowds there with the ground opening up and stuff like that. And they've maybe just wilted with the expectation on them in that bigger club. They'll get better for that. They're starting to pick up a wee bit. I think the form's picked up. But conceding goals is a problem. And I think Jamie at Meadow has went straight in and went, we're going to stay up here. We need to shut the back door. And I think out of his games, I think there's maybe 5 clean sheets, and they've been beat the odd goal in other games. I think even when you look at the Scottish Cup tie against Johnson Borough, they went to pens. So to that avail, both of them have shown an upturn in form. Both of them are huge clubs in junior standing, like absolutely massive clubs. They wouldn't envisage that's where they're going to be. Credit to the committee at Rob Roy that it would be easy for them to pull the plug on Gibby. And Gibby's one of the good guys in junior football, puts his heart and soul into everything he does in that regard. And I speak to him on an odd occasion. I just think that game today means so much to both teams that you'll end up with a stalemate.
And I think we're going to hear what Gibby said. The fact they picked up 7 points in the last 3 games, we're going to hear his views on it. I think what you said earlier is a draw probably suits both sides today. I think that they're not losing any ground on each other. You look at Vale of Clyde and Mabel, who are the two that are really in there, and Mabel's form since George has gone in, it's been really difficult. They've got Cumbernauld today, Vale of Clyde have got Thornywood, and Thornywood are absolutely flying under Adam Coakley. So I think that I tend to agree. I think a draw might suit them. But let's hear what Gibby had to say on picking up 7 points in the last 3 league games.
I've done well to pick up 7 points out of 9 in the last 3 games. I think the better form probably comes with bringing in more better attackers in. We've brought three attackers in the last wee bit, and that's really helped us. We were desperate to bring these people in for the start of the season. We just never had the chance. Now we've got the chance to bring them in. They've helped us really well, and none more so than the last 3 games where Big Luke from Ashfield came in and scored 2 the last 3 games. Young Dylan Watt scored 2 on Saturday, and Jamie McLean came in for Ashfield as well. So that's really did help us, and that's really why we've probably picked up a wee bit in the last 3 or 4 games. So it's good to get them in. Hopefully we can keep it going to the end of the season.
I think that's quite a key point is, and it's like, see if you get guys who start scoring goals for you, you can be allowed the mistakes at the back. If you're losing 2 goals, you've got 3 goals coming up front, and it makes a huge difference. And I touched on it with the Talbot, that I think a big reason that they've had the upturn in form is you've got Kel McAvoy and Connor Boyd who are scoring lots of goals, and they now are just kicking on because the 2 of them are scoring every single week, and it makes a huge difference. So I think that Gibby's, I think it's obviously made the difference being able to bring in who he wants to bring in. It's obviously the detrimental effect on Ashfield as well, who I know they're gone already, but a team who are down there with them. and they're struggling with it. In terms of the Meda, I spoke to Jamie last week. Our sons were playing against each other last week, and he was quite complimentary of Rob Roy. He was very much saying that they were good. They were a good side. Gibby's did a great job with him, very organised and stuff like that. I think it has two good managers, two of the better managers in this league going head to head.
Two of the most experienced managers as well. Lots of games behind them. I mean, Jamie was at Borough for what, 7 years. Gibby's been in the game for forever. They know exactly who they're coming up against. They know exactly the level. They know exactly what's needed. It was always going to be a tough season for Rob Roy. I mean, this anticipation moving to their own ground has been hanging around them for a long, long time. Town's getting behind them, a new manager coming in, a really young, inexperienced team at this level finding their own. So I've got no doubt that Gibby will. I've got no doubt that Rob Roy will stay up, and Meadow. The two of them will stay up. Unfortunately, I think Baylor Clyde's probably the team that's probably the most perilous that may get brought back down to. And draws have been their detriment. That's been the one that's.
I know Maybole are struggling with players. George just come in there, and a lot of players maybe left and followed the old manager and stuff like that, and it's meant difficult. And I think Maybole can get sucked into it. George will thank you for saying that right enough. But Ashfield and Blantyre are gone based on the league table as it stands. I think I agree with Des that both teams will stay up. But it's funny listening to Gibby there. You know, strikers changed the fortunes of the team. Defenders win leagues, absolutely no doubt about that. Strikers win games, and it's cliched to say that, but you just need to look at Clydebank.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, they're a case in point that last year, you know, they got themselves into a position, and I just felt with Clydebank last year there was a bit of vulnerability about them at the back, and that meant that they lost games where they were still scoring goals, but they were conceding too many goals. Whereas this year they've signed experience in terms of Davy Syme coming in, who's a really good player at this level. Big Leishman in goals, great experience, and they know how to get the boys through games. They've got good players there, and the boy Ocean McHugh and stuff like that. So that's what's catapulting them to go and win the league. They've not changed anything other than they've tightened up at the back. When we won the league the two previous years, Danny and Scotty, best centre half pairing in the league. That catapults you when you and add that to Owen Stott to that as well. Talking from my own perspective, but Jamie's going in a different taking that. He's looking at it now, going, well, we're losing games. I need to shut the back door and hopefully we sneak wins. Gibby's probably a lot of the time going, I'm happy with what I've got here. We can't score goals, and all of a sudden, a couple of players come in. The belief turns to the whole team, and if they can, you know, just continue in that vein, we'll be absolutely safe. So it's all about players. Everything's about players. Managers are very, very small cog in the wheel.
Look, I think that's a good spot for us before we're going to talk about Maryhill and Whitletts. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these.
You've been a night out.
I've been in the vicinity of them one night.
massive faith in him, and this is now being repaid. He's just signed a new deal again. Lockburn Park, Strange will tell you, it's probably one of the worst grounds to go and play in the west of Scotland.
Sadistically, I quite like it. But, it's difficult
That's
to
just
play
you,
football in
that's
it.
just used to.
You know, it's difficult to play football in it. But years ago, you know, Maryhill were a powerhouse, and obviously the level that I played in. But it's really difficult for players to go and play there and express themselves.
Yeah, and I think the way that Maryhill are now, they've got that wee bit of jump on them. They're playing well. They've got, again, just we said, Murty getting a new contract, Mark's got a new contract. Players are now going to be thinking, right, okay, I want to be part of this. We can see this team on the up curve.
I
It'll
remember.
make it very, very difficult for Whitlis today, and I fancy Maryhill.
I remember playing Kilbirnie at Lockburn, so I always liked Lockburn because the not all the time because you didn't really get a crowd coming to watch us how bad we were when we were there, but
No,
the spectators, to be fair, I did quite well there, and the spectators were above you. You had the wall round, and I remember one time I playing Kilbirnie, and do you remember Charlie Hobbs?
Mm-hmm.
So Charlie was centre forward for us, him and the Kilbirnie centre half.
wait there. I think I refereed this if you're going to say
Is that one?
centre half smashed his head off. the
Aye,
ball.
smashed in that far corner.
Yeah.
Did you ref that game?
I
I
refereed
didn't even
that.
realise that. And I remember that the two running, and Charlie being Charlie, the horrible little person he is at times, running, and the two of them knew the ball was going out, and they started to slow. Anton, that was Anton, and two of them started to slow, and Charlie just hit him, and he's
No,
flying, dislocated it. Are we done? Not enough for a foul, and he dislocated his shoulder. I always remember it because that is something that plays in it with how that park is. But I digress. We'll hear from Mark. The 100 games in charge for him is, for me, it's a big milestone in management. And if you want to have your say on that, Straney.
I had 100 games 2 weeks before I had to leave. They presented me with a lovely trophy for 100 games in charge, so you better watch what
Did they ask for it back?
Aye.
That's an interesting thing. Since you've said that, we will come back to later, because the language you've used there is had to leave. So we'll come back to that, because I don't think anybody's had the opportunity to interview you yet, have they?
I've not spoke about it, no.
Well, if you're happy, then we will. But on Mark, who he'll be hoping that he does not have to leave Maryhill in the next couple of games. This is what Mark had to say on 100 games in charge at Maryhill and signing the new contract for next season, and where he's looking for the club to go in future.
Yeah, we got the new deal done with the majority of the squad as well. If I'm honest, I think I know the season's not finished, but I think we're massively underachieved this year from all the expectations for the players. So for me, mass improvement. I know you always talk about wee gains that you can make and stuff like that. We talk about points tallies last year and hope to try and get ahead of that. But for me, well, I'll be honest and say we had ambitions to be in and about fighting for the promotion spots, and it's not materialised this year for a couple of reasons. But for me next year, I'll be looking to Bards to be looking to go and compete at that top end of the table and try and get ourselves into the.
I'm listening to Mark. I'm going to be disparaging to managers at this level, probably, in terms of what I'm going to see here, but contracts don't mean hee-haw at the level. What it does do is, though, it gives the players that, and again, similar sense to what's happened with Murdy at Johnson Borough, it gives the players that knowledge that the person's going to be there for a period of time. If it works out that way, it works out that way, but they'll know what the people are written on in terms of the level that we operate at. But Mark's, you know, he's another guy that's went into management really, really, really young. Yep. He's only going to get better with the experience that he picks up. And if he knows that this is for him and he wants to do it, given the adverse scenarios that he's found himself in at this stage in his career, I'll only stand him in good stead. So I probably sound that as if I'm repeating myself here, but football management's all about learning for your mistakes or learning for the experiences that you have. And I don't have any fears about Mark going there and getting it. It's his players got older as well, because he's came through
a young side of him.
The under 21s where he's brought a lot of boys through. As the players get older, they learn the intricacies, they learn the nuances of junior football. And I keep calling it junior football, it always will be junior football to me. But as they learn, I think Maryhill will progress. But he's shown an aptitude for it and a commitment to it. So good on him.
And all the great chat we've been having, I actually forgot that the games had already started. So we have a couple of goals. New Mains have taken the lead early on. Nathan McConnell has put St Roch's 1-0 up against Cairn. Coast have fallen behind against Greenock, 1-0 to Greenock there. That's quite an interesting one in third division. Tam Orr puts Cumnock 1-0 up for the penalty spot against St Cadoc's. The man I've been talking about for weeks and weeks, who I rate really highly, is Kyle McAvoy puts the Talbot 1-0 up against Hillabead. They're playing. Cali Locals are 1-0 up against Bonneton. My beloved Port Glasgow have taken the lead early on, so they're 1-0 up against Easterhouse. We're talking about Arthurlie, and we will touch on Arthurlie once we've finished our featured fixtures. They are 1-0 up, so it's looking like no negative impact so far. They're 1-0 up against Kilbirnie, which great for Arthurlie, but I think that Kilbirnie are now at the stage where any hopes of promotion are pretty much gone. Dylan Collins puts Cali Locals 2-0 up against Bonneton after only 6 minutes. Something I wanted to actually ask there, but you touched on with contracts not being worth the paper they're written on. I know that years gone by, managers didn't sign contracts at the junior level. It was just very much you have the job, and when you don't have the job, you don't have the job. See, in terms of contracts, you sign a year, and I don't imagine Mark will be on much, if anything at all, because I know he's like, he'd probably try and make sure that he maybe had an extra £20 or £30 a week in his budget to get a player in, then take money himself. But for talking sake, say Mark's £20 a week, he's getting paid at Maryhill, and they decide to, after today's game, they just decide to terminate his contract. Well, they have to, is that like a normal contract? Do they have to pay him the rest of his contract?
Employment law comes into it. It depends if there's certain clauses written into the contract, because then it's contractual law that comes into it. But if you've got a contract, the best thing to do is make sure that you get somebody to read over it and help you out with it, because again, the clubs can put in things that allow them to sack you if you don't hit certain KPIs, whatever else. That happens at higher levels. Like, for example, if Liverpool don't make the Champions League, then managers at the door and his compensation clause in his contract gets released or done. What happens here, but is if you've been in position of manager for over 2 years, you've got employment rights.
Right.
So, if, let's say, for example, you're in £200 a week and the club sack you unfairly, they've got to go through the proper channels, and ACAS get involved in these things and whatever else. So, 9 times out of 10, nobody wants to sack anybody. And 9 times out of 10, people agree. But there are occasions where, again, my own scenario at Cullinan, I was at Cullinan for 8 years, and I signed a 3-year contract, and within 3 months, the club had sacked me. They ended up, making an offer to me in terms of the money that they gave me. It wasn't anywhere near that I was entitled to in terms of the contract, but there was a settlement there that I was willing to accept, and we walked away and butted heads.
That's quite interesting. We're going to move on to the third division, Glenvale and Glasgow United. For me, Glenvale, I think Lewis, again, we're talking about a very, very young manager, because I'd consider Jamie a young manager and Lewis is his younger brother, you know what I mean? So he's a very young manager. The job he did at Glenvale, from I understand, he got a bit of help with loans from Johnson Borough and stuff at the time, like your Noah Youngs and stuff coming in who did a great job for him. But the job he did, because Glenvale were, and I don't think that even Glenvale would mind me saying this, they were howling. They were not a good side, and within a season, he's got them a team who cruised that division, which quite a competitive division, or it's becoming quite a competitive division now. And then get into the third division, they're picking up more than a point a game as it stands. They've had not a bad season in my eyes, but it's a different challenge for him, having winning most weeks a year before in his first season to this. Glasgow United are a very, very funny team for me. There is great or terrible. You can see that they've had 1 draw in 17 games, and it's either sugar or something else. And with the fact that they've got Good Willie and they've got David Templeton in there, for me, those two should be enough to keep a team like that up. But should-be's don't always work in football.
But that's only 2 out of 11.
But you look at the level of quality, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you put David be willing to get any team in the West, or on his CV, should be able to get any team in the West Scotland. But if you look at Glasgow United, they've got -10 goals.
I know.
So it's not going forward. It's not going forward. It's the issue. I said earlier, strikers win your games, defenders win your leagues. If you've got a -10 goals at this point in time now, they've played 17 games and they're on 19 points. So it's at 1.1 points per game. That's not form that's going to keep you in it. Glenville have came up. They've got a massive catchment area being in Paisley. St Peter's pretty much being the only other one there. But Renfrewshire as a whole lose players to North Ayrshire, players to Glasgow. Glenville are punching well above their weight at this moment in time. I don't foresee them having any issues staying within the league. But I'm really struggling to see how Glasgow United are where they are.
Well, the interesting thing is, in that division, they are 4 points clear of Irvine Vicks, who are second bottom. Irvine Vicks have played 6 games more, so I don't see them being able to catch them. But Irvine Vicks have just taken the lead against Fanat. So if Glasgow United don't win today, Irvine Vicks are only a point behind them. And pressure's there. Winning's a habit, we speak about that regularly, but losing's a habit as well once you get into that. And that's Alessandro Saversi with a goal. When you've got him and Kevin Adams in Irvine Vicks, there will be goals there. They will get goals defensively. They've been absolutely horrific this season, but there'll be goals there. On one of our featured fixtures, it's been a good start for us in the Maryhill Whitletts game. Jordan Boyd puts Whitletts 1-0 up. So strikers can win your games there. Les Mahago have taken the lead against Cambuslang Rangers, who are in a real sticky situation, considering that Les Mahago are one of the teams that are down there with them. But we'll hear from...
That's a goal coming in, 1-0 after. Just come in, just reiterating there, 1-0 after coming in. Sorry, Kilbirnie.
We're going to hear from Lewis McKim. I asked him how important the 3 points are today, because if they lose, Glasgow United will leapfrog them with the games in hand. It becomes hard to see where they're going to go. But we've got a big goal at Rob Roy in Ameda. Rob Roy have just taken the lead, so it's 1-0 to Rob Roy. But here's what Lewis McKim had to say on how important the 3 points are today.
Well, we've both got a lot of games left to play. There's lots of points up for grabs, so there'll be a lot of twists and turns. But we obviously want to go and win the game and get the 3 points. But with them and the individual talent that they've got in their team, we know it'll be tough. But we're looking forward to it. Hopefully get a win.
Short and sweet from Lewis there. It's very important for them. But that's a really interesting one with Rob Roy. It's Jamie Bowman, who is banging the goals in just now. He's something like 4 or 5 in the last 6 or 7 games. And at that end of the table, it is really, really important. We're going to move on to our final featured fixture in the 4th Division, West Park against Rossfield, the Bishop Briggs derby. I don't know if these two have played earlier in the season, but West Park, since coming down, they obviously did a really good season where they won the league comfortably to go up, and then Kendo goes to St Roch's, takes a big chunk of the team with them. They had a tough year last year, narrowly missing it and staying in the 3rd Division after a decent end to it. They had a bit of a shaky start, but they've really picked up. They've been a lot more robust, and the run of games they've had recently has been really difficult. They've had Knightswood, they've had Port Glasgow, they've had Easterhouse, they've had St Peter's, who are starting to pick up. They got Giffnock quite early on when JD went in there, so they had a bit of the bounce. So it's been tough games for them. Rossfield had that really poor run a while back, but are now starting to pick up the points. So, what's your knowledge of the 4th Division at this level?
It's a division where a lot of young people are blooded through the juniors. I watched Port Glasgow. I was very impressed with Port Glasgow. Yeah. Some good players.
Well, they've literally just lost the goal, so it's 1-0 against Easterhouse. 1 each, sorry.
That's the 1 each?
1 each.
Oh, well, that's right. I'm just putting a hex on all the teams that I'm speaking about here. But I watched that. I know Alec McWatters had Alec, and it's Alec's dad that's in charge of Port Glasgow.
Assistant manager.
And they've got a really good team there. They've got some good experienced players. So I thought Port Glasgow would run away with that, but it just shows you obviously there's good quality for Knightswood as well. A lot of these clubs have got good feeder boys clubs attached to them, and that's the thing that gives them a platform to go and push on into the adult game, and I think it's a great thing. I don't know too much about Rossfield because it's obviously Cali Locos are the team that I've experienced in the Rossfield split out, so I don't really know an awful lot about Rossfield. But I know an awful lot about the boys' club teams. My kids have played against them the way through, so good pathway there, good structure. Should be able to get players in there. West Park, very, very similar. I think what Des said there as well is good catchment area.
Yeah.
And with West Park, because it's in the city and because you expect to unearth one or two gems that play with them, maybe guys that have maybe fallen by the wayside for senior football or whatever else, and they get into an environment where they enjoy playing with their pals and they go and kick on again. So I think there's a lot of talent in that league. I think every team's got 2 or 3 players where you look at them and you go, he's a good player, he's a good player. Maybe no strength and depth throughout the squad.
Yeah. Well, that's a point you make. It's something that, because myself and Josh are mates, and Josh will show me a lot of stuff for their games at the weekend and we'll talk through it and whatever. For me, that's exactly right. They've got Mark Russell that plays in the middle of the park, from who played for Dundee United and stuff like.
21 goals.
And he's so I watch the clips that he sends me, and last week in their game, the pressing was. The opposition were poor, I won't lie. The quality on the ball, passing for the back in the middle of the park, it was in terms of their centre mids. They were getting bobbly balls rolled in, centre mids completely square at the game, watching their own goal, no idea what's going about them. But the pressing for Mark, he's right on top of them, and as soon as the opportunity arises, he's nicking the ball, gets through, scores 2 goals, and that at that level, I think, is massive because, like you said, the depth isn't there.
No, there's an element of development football that like, it's maybe a kick on for pro youth or boys that have been in pro youth and they want to play a certain way. It's not going to get you success because ultimately the players are maybe not good enough to play in a certain manner.
Yeah.
However, they're getting better, they're learning. It's a development aspect to the game for them. You're a good player in that league, you should stand out like a soccer.
Definitely. And I think that's something, because Josh's teams, he's very, like we talk about Kev and with Mark Young at Maryhill, it's very philosophy based. Josh is very build from the back type football, which has been to their detriment at times as well, because you don't have the quality. But I think that you've got to allow players to go and try things.
What you're doing there, but is you're giving them a platform to go and play and enjoy their football again, because a lot of them have up experiences where have been poor experiences in football and they're not enjoying football. So that's the bit where they turn around and they say, look, I'm back playing with my mates, I'm going to go and express myself, enjoy my football and get to a level again. It's maybe, as I say, a step back to come forward again, and if the managers are facilitating that, then good on them.
I think so as well. And this is a league for me that I absolutely love. I think there's so much quality in there, but I think there's so many mistakes involved in it that it's really interesting, and you will see lots of goals. I did speak to Michael Lee, the manager at West Park. First time I've spoken to Michael, and I think he's done a really good job considering, because, see, to be honest, apart Knights would have got a bit of money, Port Glasgow, they have a wee bit of money in terms of this league. Everybody else is kind of playing off at a level playing field. It really is it's a borderline development league, and that's part of what I really like about it. And I asked Michael what his views were on how difficult the run-in's been for them, which I think they've come out of it quite well, but here's what he had to say on it.
I think you're right in terms of the tough run of fixtures. I think it stretches back even to the beginning of December. With Trinette away, Larkham away, and Eggleton away, So the problem we've got is, it's such a young squad. The young boys, they don't have that experience in regards to deal with tough runs like that, when things aren't quite going their way. So that has been difficult for us in the last wee while. But I think that there's a frustration there because we've played well, very well actually, in a lot of games. We probably should have come away with a lot more points than we maybe do. So there's a frustration amongst them to try and turn that around. But as I say, they're a young squad. It's a learning process for them more than anything. And I think in the future, maybe getting a wee bit of experience in would help them massively. So that's maybe something that we are trying to work towards in the future as well.
I think that's interesting. Something that I think at that level we're talking about it being a borderline development league is getting that wee bit of experience in makes a difference, because that's, for me, Knights would have kind of Kenny Marshall, they've got Darren Miller, proper experience at the level, who know how to manage games. And you spoke about it earlier with certain players who like Simon and stuff, Leishman at Clydebank, the experience can see them through. The Port have got Mark Miller, Chris Miller. They've got a lot of experience in there. Even guys like Gary Pettigrew, who's, I know Gary Pett's been injured for a lot, but he's played at this level for 10, 12, 15 years, and they can help you see it through games. When West Park are a very young side, that's where you do get great performances, but young teams are liable for poorer performances as well.
Absolutely, and that's why when you see these teams at the top of the leagues, they've all got a very, very strong spine, because that's the fortitude of the team. I mean, it's no coincidence that Clydebank, they've got Leishman, they've got Syme, they've got Nicky Little, they've got Nicky Lowe, they've got Gallagher in midfield. These guys have been there, done it. Obviously, very, very talented players, and they then can pass that experience on to the young boys around them, because the young boys hopefully can progress with that team, or where they go on, they'll then become the experienced players. And I think that's where you see the issue with Pollock. Probably at this moment in time, they've only got a couple of really experienced players at this level. So the young boys in the 4th division, this is all building their minutes on the pitch, hours on the pitch, game time, that they will then benefit from that. And I wouldn't be surprised to go and see, particularly obviously we're looking at the boys scored 21 goals for midfield for Rossfield Bailey. You wouldn't be surprised to see him playing in the Premier League team very, very shortly.
Well, we've got an interesting goal in the Johnsonborough and Darvel game. Scott Walker has put Darvel 1-0 up. So an interesting one in that. St Roch's are now 2-0 up. Evan Galasso scores a penalty, so that is 2-0 to St Roch's against Glencairn. Quite an interesting one in that first division. We're talking about how teams have blips in this division. Blantyre 2-0 up against Petershill.
And it's now 1-0 Knightswood, Lewis MacArthur.
I think they've all but won that league. In the Premier League, Troon have taken the lead against Benburb, so that puts a bit of pressure on Benburb. Bonneton get one back against Cali Locals. We're talking about Benburb being under a bit of pressure. Hurlford have just taken the lead against Pollock, so that puts them under serious pressure. If Hurlford can get a win there, they get themselves onto 19 points, whilst Benburb are sitting on 16. Darvel, if they can hold on, they go into 15, and you're looking at 3 points separating the bottom 5, and it becomes very interesting. Thrieve and the top of the table clash in the 3rd division have taken the lead. Harry Officer, who scores an absolute barrel of goals against Aldeer, 1-0 up there. Easterhouse, after being 1-0 down, is 18 minutes in, they're now 2-1 up. A Mark Dorn goal there. It was Stephen Bronski with a goal for Troon, and it was Lewis Morrison for the goal against Pollock. So, Des, it is quiz time, my man. Are you ready for us? So Straney, Des does 5 questions. I usually get 4 of them wrong and get the odd one right. So I'm hoping that you can help me out, because I've been a bit iffy, and Bez wasn't much help to us last week, to be honest, when we were doing the quiz. As much as he's a great guy, his quizzing wasn't great. So Des, on we go.
Right, okay. So back to your club, Straney. One of the so Johnny Miller was the Leeds manager prior to Brian Young. But who was manager before him?
Johnny had 2 spells at Leeds, so in between Johnny there was, well, prior to Johnny there was Frank Lynch, then there was Johnny, then there was Steve Easton, and I think Frank had another spell there.
He's smashing it.
I know, so we'll go for Frank then? We'll go for Frank?
Yeah, you've done the whole chronology.
Beautiful, Straney, well done, because I had absolutely no idea.
Didn't get that. The guys, the league committee used to tell me the trail and how many managers there's been, so I didn't get that.
All right, okay. Paul, you like your grounds?
I do.
So, which team play at Kintyre Park?
Kintyre. That's a good one. Kintyre. I'm not sure. I do like your park as well. Kintyre Park. It's one of the lower down teams, isn't it?
Is it?
Is it? Is it?
Is it?
You're not going to be able to help me with this one, right?
Give me a region.
The West of Scotland.
Come on.
Kintyre. Nah, maybe the Tyres make me think of Blantyre.
No, I'm thinking more like Kintyre and more other places.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney doesn't play for
I'll go for, don't know, open former pupils. There you go.
Oh no, it's.
You're on their computer.
I know, but it doesn't make a difference. I'm trying to think who.
What division?
No,
We need a wee clue because I'm struggling.
Not in the top two.
Not in the top two, right? Okay, so not in the top two. Kintyre Fart.
That's a point to me.
It's look, no, give us a minute. Look, come on, because I did. Kintyre Park. It's not in the 4th division though. 2nd or 3rd division. Am I right? 2nd or 3rd division. There's I need another.
No, I'm not.
Right, fine. Don't use that. Right, I was going to go with Blantyre, but that's because I heard Kintyre, so it's no Blantyre. Kintyre. What about Girvan? No. Right, who is it?
Campbelltown.
Oh, God, rotten, man. You said Oban. No,
I
aye.
was going up that neck of the woods. That's what I meant.
I've played there as well. Right, question 3.
Okay. Which former Rangers first team player is now playing in the West of Scotland League outside the Premier Division?
Temps.
There's one.
So you made a mistake there then. You didn't realise there was 2. So we've got Temps outside of the Premier League.
Yeah. Division 3.
Division 3, right, okay. So there's 2 of them in Division 3. Temps and interesting. So I see who's in Division 3. Right, so it's no Thorn, it's no Greenock, it's no Ardare, it's no Crusade Athletic, which we will touch on, by the way. We barely decided to step in at the end of the season. I am struggling, to be honest with you. Roughly how many games did they play with Rangers?
I know he made his debut under Stuart McCall.
Right. I still would have went for Temps for that. Any idea, Strenny?
No.
Nah.
Ryan Cinnamon.
Oh, Greenock. That's right. We spoke about that before as well. That's annoying. You're beating us 2-1, right? Let's see if we can salvage this.
I'm sure he doesn't get a point when you go something.
I know we got a half, but we're drawn on that because you only said 1 and I got 1.
Masters at the week.
Okay. Which player has just signed for Thornwood on loan from a Premier League team?
Oh, I've not even looked. I have not even looked anything with Thornwood this week. I've actually took my eye right off the ball with. Did you say Thorn or Thornwood?
Thornwood.
Thorn.
Just signed for Thornwood.
Right, ask me that question again. Ask that again.
Which player has just signed for Thornwood on loan from a current Premier League team?
I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. I'm having a bad day here.
From the drum.
No.
This is not great. If there's anybody on YouTube that knows the answer to this, fire it in the comments.
So he played for Martin.
Struggling. So he plays for you. Do you know what? I have absolutely no clue because I've not even looked at anything that's happened with Thornwood of late. So we're gonna.
The answer is Grant Brennan from Troon.
Would not have got that. Right, can we salvage a draw here?
Right, I'll go for one that, because there's a question I'm not sure about, but I'll go for one that I do know. Which, again, do your stadium lines.
Right.
Which team play at Ladywell Stadium?
I know.
Is that Luger? No.
No.
Ladywell.
Tell you a story about Ladywell
Go
and
for it.
coming to Kevin Vukovic later, but me and Kevin both get sent off.
Doesn't narrow it down.
Mabel's ground when he played for Aberdeen and I played for Kilmarnock. He punched me and I punched him back.
Is that right? Are we reserves game or something?
It was an under-18s game, wasn't it? Mabel.
Mabel, Ladywell Park. There you go.
Ladywell Stadium.
Ladywell Stadium. Sorry. I didn't realise that we could classify that one shed as a stadium. But fair enough. So we got that. So we got you pulled out the bag for me today. To be fair, I had a horror show.
There was one other question I had, and I've tried to look for it to make sure, but I think it is. Who is the only team in the West of Scotland that have joint managers?
Joint managers would be Hopi and JB. So there you go. You've got that rang then. Who's the other team then? Because Hopi and JB are technically joint managers. The co-managers. Well played. Well, so we got it. No,
but that wasn't a part of the quiz though. That was just a wee
one tiebreaker, wee one.
Well, we've got a couple of goals coming in. So West Park went 1-0 up, and then Kev Docherty, who is absolutely flying at Rossfield, who Josh will not be happy with saying this, but if Rossvale can hold on to Kev, which I think they've got almost no chance, then there's 1-1 there. Kev Doggy scored. I think he's at like 29, 30 goals for Rossvale this season, so he's having a great season there. I also saw another goal come in. Who was it I saw? St Ants are 1-0 up against Yoker. Monty trying his best to see if he can keep the Ants in the league. Scott Cowan pulls one back for Vela Leaving, so that's 1-1 there. Ardere have pulled one back, so they're 1-1. Maryhill have pulled one back as well, so 1-1 there. Fourth are beaten Nielsen 2-1, which is quite an interesting one. Fourth are in the relegation zone in the second division, who pushed Muirkirk right to the wire last week. 3 times they were ahead. Muirkirk managed to claw it back to win 4-3. Fourth are beaten Nielsen, who are sitting second in the league, 2-1 at this stage, which with Les Mahego winning, with the Ants winning, with Fourth winning, that's 3 of the bottom 4 all winning. Cambusline Rangers have now dropped into second bottom in the league as it stands, which back-to-back relegations looking all likely for them there. In the Premier League, Glenafton continue their great run of form. They go 1-0 against Largs. Michael Mullen with a goal there. Port Glasgow have pulled one back, so that is 2-2 with Port Glasgow and Easterhouse. Delighted to see it. New Mains have gone 2-0 up. So, quite an interesting one. We're going to move on. Do you know what? We're going to take a quick break, actually. Time's running away from me. We're having so much fun with that quiz, and Straney, so glad you're here to actually help me out today with that, because Scott Perry doesn't do a great job on the quizzes. Fez wasn't great on the quiz. It's normally just me left in my own with it. So we'll be right back after these. And welcome back to Saturday Football Live. If you want to get us on WhatsApp, that number is 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on Instagram and X at Saturday Football Live, or get us in the comments on YouTube.
Any news and views, Clydebank?
None yet, but we had a comment from, I'm going to stick it up on the screen, from Alan Hudson earlier today. It's been 13 years since Clydebank have won at Beath. I did not know that. That's quite an interesting fact, and it's based on how Clydebank have been this season. I would think that Clydebank would be looking to definitely go and get a win today, because their form has been nothing short of sensational. We're going to touch on the interesting one. So, like I said earlier, we had Paul Adams, who does the WSFL build-up on our channel, was interviewing Colin Riley of Arthurlie this week after he was relieved of his duties. Colin was quite forthright. I don't know if you've seen anything on the channel for it. You could lie and tell us you have, but I can see your face. I can see your face.
No, I met Paul actually.
He did say that to me.
The game the other night, and he was alluding to that it was quite a controversial interview.
So Colin released a statement. Again, I don't know if you've seen
that.
Right. So you saw it was in a statement. Colin was I think it was very raw for him at the time, and he was quite open about the fact that he's invested up to 5 figures into the club. I know. I mean, he obviously didn't think what would happen has happened. And then you've got the fact that 9 times the players haven't been paid this season. My understanding, you can correct me here, Stringy, because this is my understanding back to quite a few years, that your contract's over the 40 weeks for the season, and technically if you get all your money by the 40 weeks, then your contract has been upheld. Or does it have to be weekly?
No. Listen, I don't know the ins and outs of what's true and what's not true there. And again, you get into a real grey area when you've got a manager investing his own money in the football team. That becomes a conflict of interest, which I would avoid at all costs. And Colin will have his reasons for doing whatever he did. But where I'm at with the wages scenario, it's happened to me a couple of times being in charge of teams where the club's cash flow has been restricted, whether it be through games being off, whatever else. As long as there is a plan in place to pay the players what they're due over the period of the contract, which is that 40 weeks is what you spoke about, then the players are not, they don't have the right to claim breach of contract.
Yeah.
But if the club are refusing to pay a player, then it obviously is a different matter. So, but again, every player will have intricacies within their contracts and whatever else you don't know between the club and the player, that contractual obligations and stuff like that. But if somebody's got stipulated that they get X amount of money a week and they're relying on that, then there is an obligation, or a moral obligation certainly on the club's part, to try and provide that. If there's financial restrictions as to why they can't, then it's really about being open, honest and upfront about it. And I think as long as these things are happening and we're not privy to any of that, then the boy, I think you alluded to it there earlier on, that Arthur were up 1-0 in the game.
Yeah.
If the boys didn't want to play and they were real umbrage, they would down tools or they would walk away or whatever else. So there's obviously, like, Athley's a traditional club at the level of the game. Like, they have been for years a big club, perhaps cash flows impinging on them. I'm speculating here, but ultimately when you agree a deal with a club, you want it paid as it's written down in the contract. However, there are circumstances out with control sometimes that isn't possible, but as long as the club and the player come to an agreement, then it should be left between those parties.
It's just saying, when a player signs a contract, you sign it in good faith that these are the terms and conditions that's going to be met. But if it has been said that they're losing nine payment dates, then surely that's got to be flagging.
It's quite worrying, to be honest.
Again, you don't know the truth in that. It might be nine weeks for some person, it might be 1 week for somebody. You don't know the ins and outs. And as I say, the only people that can really determine whether or not they accept what's going on or not is the player. Yeah. And that's it. And if the player doesn't accept it, then 9 times out of 10 they'll walk away.
And I think the point you've touched on there is, I've been in dressing rooms where you've not been paid when you're supposed to be paid, and it's quite a sticking point for players. Their form, I know they've dipped the last few weeks, which could potentially be related to this type of stuff. But their form in the whole has been excellent this season. I mean, they've lost 4 games in the league. They've had some great cup scalps against Premier League sides. So you've seen it firsthand, but they've had a very good season up to this point. And Kevin Rukjavik is going to be taking over the team from what we hear. I believe the players were told today that that's what's going to be happening. I've no official confirmation of it, but that's what I've heard. So they've been able to replace Colin very quickly, which makes me think that Colin was already replaced before he was gone the other day, because that's how football works, in my opinion, generally.
Still, you know better than me.
No, I'm not privy to any of that information. Again, I think the committee at Atherley will look at it, and I'm, again, it's purely speculation on my part here, but they'll look at what they expect to be happening and what is happening. And as you say, there's maybe been a wee dip recently. Might be related to the financial issues that they've got, but they've chosen to get rid of Colin. Whether that's fair or unfair, Colin was in charge of them when they went down. Mm-hmm. He reached the Scottish Cup final. It's been a bit of a mixed bag for him in terms of where they want to be, but ultimately, from his point of view, he'll feel a bit aggrieved given where they are in the league. But again, maybe Arthur have got bigger expectations than that, and that ultimately comes down to 2 people's opinions, or a committee and a manager's opinion.
I would agree. We've got a few goals coming in. Max Wright with a second for St Anthony's. I think it's a great signing for the Ants getting him in there. 2-0 up against Yoker. Jamie Martin equalises for Largs against Glenafton. Cambuslang have got an equaliser against Les Mexico, so that's 1-1 there. Gartcairn have got a goal back against St Roch, so it's now 2-1 to St Roch's. Cali Locos have extended the lead again. Dylan Collins with second of the game, makes it 3-1 to Cali Locos. And we've got a goal. Thorn were 2-0 up against Lugar. Lugar have just pulled one back. And just as I'm saying this, Gartcairn have equalised against St Roch's.
Glencairn.
Glencairn. My mistake. Did I say that a couple of times? I know I'm trying to remember 98 teams here. So Glencairn 2-2 against St Roch's. Eglinton have gone 1-0 up. They're a late kick-off today against East Kilbride. They're 1-0 up against East Kilbride. It's McLaughlin with the first for Glencairn. Ardere, after being 1-0 down at Threave, are now 3-1 up with 34 minutes on the clock. Quite an interesting one.
Ardere flying.
Sean's done a great job at it. And it's something that I spoke about with Josh, that he's now getting his squad back and there's an upturn in form. When I spoke to Sean, maybe I spoke to him a couple of times in the last 6 weeks, and he said to me that that's them starting to get all the players back, and you can see the benefit. Where what you've said is at the low levels, the depth isn't there. So see, when you've got your full strength team, it's no coincidental that Ardere are going and picking up points. And as it stands for Ardere, if they can win today, which is massive, because Threave have 5 games in hand and are 7 points back. If they go to 10 points, there's no guarantee that you're going to be catching it. You would like to think if Threave win today and there's only 4 points, they're going to get enough points in them to overtake Ardere. Even if they have a bad run of form, they're probably going to get enough. But when it's 10 points in 5 games, your margin for error becomes a lot less. And Threave have dropped points in quite a few games recently. Kilsyth have actually just equalised against Greenock as well, which puts Ardere, as it stands, into second place. And
there's a hell of a lot of it. I mean, 30 games, and most of these teams have played around 20 to 22 games. There's loads and loads of football to be played. But again, form's a big thing. You want to be hitting form at this stage of the season.
Well, we've got an important goal in this division. We've got Glenvale and Glasgow United as one of the featured fixtures. Girvan are playing Glasgow Perthshire, and Girvan have just taken the lead. So Glasgow Perthshire on 24 points. That puts Girvan on at 23 points. Perthshire with games in hand, but they're on a right slippery slope, losing a lot of games as it stands. And it's quite worrying for them. Been another couple of goals in the Vale Leiden game. They're now 2-2. So they're clawing back points as well on.
Vale Leiden's a team I'm surprised that are struggling. I've seen them.
They had a great start last season as well.
And they play good football, good pitch in there, and some good players, but not been happening for them in the league.
No. We've got an absolute cracker down at Park Lee. 41 minutes in, Kyle Ross puts Easterhouse ahead for a third time, so it's 3-2 to Easterhouse there as well. And Bonnet have just pulled a goal back against Cali Locals, 3-2 in that game. So on Arthur, we'll continue our chat on that. Where do you see it going, Des? Bringing the new manager, so they might get a bounce for that, and it might be enough to get them up. But in terms of if what Colin's saying is true, you don't know. I don't know Colin personally. I've spoken to him a couple of times. I don't know him that well, and everything we say is conjecture and rumour. We only go for what we hear. It's something I try to make clear that we are not working facts here. But if what Colin said is true, then financially it doesn't look great. Does that mean that the club potentially owe him lots of money? Where did he go for this?
As you said, it's only conjecture, isn't it? We've heard Colin's side of the story and the statements he's put out. Arthurlie are typically one of the big clubs, one of the Pollock, Arthurlie, Auckland, Talbot.
Traditionally strong central team.
Yep.
Absolutely. What I've been more worried about, the team will always take care of itself. The thing for me is the structure of the club. I don't know any dealings I've had with Arthurlie have always been nothing but really, really positive. I'm getting back to days with Jimmy McQuaid being involved there. You go into the committee room, you've got Munshar, you've got David Blakey. These guys who are Arthurlie dyed in the wool. But if there's something going wrong there, it's not the team in the pitch. A house is only as strong as the foundations that it's built upon. And as long as the club can sustain itself, then the team will take care of itself thereafter. As a manager, as a player, is it somebody you want to go thinking that players aren't being paid, a manager's having to put
Mhm.
considerable amounts of money into it as well. When a manager's putting money into a club, it's never going to be a marriage that ends well, is it?
No, never. Listen, football at all levels changed given the level of investment for some clubs, and
Yep.
there's a temptation for the clubs to push the boat out, but you can't push the boat out if you're going to.
You can't push the boat out if you're not going to be able to bring it back in.
Yeah, and there's a lot of speculate to accumulate that happens within committee rooms sometimes, and I've come from traditionally a brilliant, committee at Beath, straight down the middle, tell you the budget, the end of the season, never a problem getting paid, never a penny out of place, never, once had to go and say what's happening with this, what's happening with that. They run their affairs absolutely spot on, but there is a temptation, as I say, because of the money that's in the game, for teams to want to push and push and push to try and stay with the big boys. And I just don't think that you should be doing that. There should be a structure, there should be a budget. See the teams that are the best run, they've got a budget that they don't deviate from.
Yeah, exactly.
I spoke about, obviously, Coinning there. If they go up, Coinning have probably tried to push the boat out over the last couple of years and got nowhere doing it. You're better having a long-term plan in place. If that long-term plan doesn't come to fruition, you've always got the foundations there that the club can do what they need to do.
Do you know who's doing probably the best job? And we've actually touched on it earlier. Renfrew. Renfrew do not.
Renfrew, if Jimmy goes or if whoever goes, Renfrew are still exactly the same in terms of financial. We'll get some half-time results coming in, or half-time scores coming in. 0-0 at Bellsdale with Beath and Clydebank. It's 1-0 to Cumnock against, pardon me, it's 1-0 to Cumnock against St Caddock. So we're going to go to Jordan or at Cumnock to see how that's gone.
It's 2-0 Knightswood as well.
2-0 Knightswood. 1-0 Coinning against Renfrew as well.
TJ, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing well, mate. 1-0 to Cumnock as it stands. Jordan, how's it been?
Aye, it's been a decent first half, mate. It's as if we've come out with a bit of a point to prove after the other night there. Scored within the first 5 minutes and looked really dangerous leading up to that. I would say from the goal, St Caddock just came into the game. Really good on the ball, really good rotations, and they looked dangerous, but without kind of creating anything. So, as I say, it's been a decent first half. Just hopefully can kind of continue, the lead, and we've got a strong bench today as well. There's been a few changes in the team, so it'll be interesting to see, how the second half pans out with the boys coming off the bench as well.
As being a Cumnock man, obviously losing to the Talbot, which was all I ever did when I played for Cumnock, how do you feel that the players are after a game like
that? Obviously disappointed. I think there's probably been played a relatively new squad this season as well. So there's obviously been a couple of boys stayed on to last year. Kind of local boys, as Jamie Collins, for example, from Cumnock. But a lot of the boys are kind of Glasgow based. I always have a joke with my pals and say that a lot of these players maybe don't know what it means, just that that kind of close knit the rivalry there. But as I say, on Wednesday night it was a disappointing game. I think for the neutral as well. All 3 goals were pretty kind of poor and looked as if they were all individual mistakes. It was a poor derby, to be fair, but as I say, it's been good to see that wee bit of reaction today. They come out the traps really early doors, and they had a bit of a point to prove. So as I say, hopefully, as the second half goes on, it'll be good to see how the game kind of finishes. Hopefully, we can pick up a much needed 3 points and kind of try and get ourselves up the stable a wee bit.
I appreciate that, Jordan. We'll catch up at your end of the game, mate. Cheers.
No bother, PJ. Thanks, mate. Cheers, bro.
I think that is for me, like, Cumnock are a team who, as a club, I think they believe that they're a big club, but without having really backed that up in quite some time. And I think there's a psychological issue when they play the Talbot. It doesn't matter if the Talbot are going through a bad spell. Talbot seem to be able to go and beat them. But I don't think there's a better way to bounce back than potentially going and beating a team who are 4 or 5, 6 places above you in the league.
Aye, I know Stephen obviously quite well. Swifty's a good pal of mine. He's come in, built a full new team in the summer. Huge turnover of players. It's not been the season that he wanted by any manner of means. And it tests you. It tests you because you have got an expectation done and coming up because it's a footballing town that they should be doing better. but there's no God-given right
No.
to do better, and they need to, again, just what I'm saying here, there needs to be that long-term plan, stick to a strategy, allow the manager, have faith in him, allow the manager to go and do his job, and let him go, probably because they're in such close proximity to Auchinleck, there's a lot of looking over the back door to see how the other team's doing. You need to forget that. You get their infrastructure right, which they've got a great pitch been relayed this year, I think, when I was down there. And they really need to crack on and have a plan in place for 3, 4, 5 years to get the foundations right so they can be there over the long term. And touching on the reconstruction, which we've not got into in any way, shape or form, Cumnock's going to one of the teams that's going to benefit hugely from a reconstruction.
And financially, that because they are quite financially robust, and it's something that would benefit them. But before we come back to that, because we will talk about the reconstruction after the next break, I'm going to go to Gary Muir at Rob Roy and Irvine Meadow, where it is 1-1 at the moment in that game there.
Hi, mate.
Gary, 1-1. You guys took the lead very early on. Meadow pulled one back. How's the game panned out?
It's a pretty even first half ball. Meadow had a few chances, probably the bulk of the chances in the first half. And then we took an early lead. Had a good chance after that to make it 2. But unfortunately, made a poor goal from our perspective to concede just before half time. And since the goal's been all Meadow.
We've touched on it in the studio. For both clubs, I know both clubs will want to win the game, but for both teams, a draw is probably not the worst result in the world today in terms of not losing any ground on each other, but still keeping a wee bit of pressure on the teams above. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. I think obviously from either team's perspective, I think if you can get the 3 points, and I think if other results go our way, we can actually bring 2 or 3 other teams maybe back into our relegation kind of dogfight. We're looking at Cumbernauld, they're Clyde and Maple just above us. So, but yeah, I would agree with you. If we can get out of this with a point, then we just move on to the next game.
Guys, thanks very much for the update, mate. We'll catch up with you later on. Cheers. Bye. We are going to go. I'm getting myself lost here. Too many people to speak to. We've actually, Des, just got a bit of news there. What's happening with the Renfrew game?
It's now 2-1 Renfrew. Obviously coming back from 1-0 down. Ben Harwood makes it 2-1 after the goalkeeper made a bit of an error to get Renfrew back in the game, but now 2-1 to Renfrew.
We are going to go to Aaron at Maryhill. That's who I was thinking of. So we'll go to Aaron. It's 1-1 with Maryhill and Whitletts at the moment. We're looking decent for our results there. Aaron, how are you, mate? 1-1. You guys managed to pull a goal back against Whitletts after they scored quite early on. How's it been?
Yeah, it's been really competitive. Hasn't been too much sort of in terms of possession. Both teams are sort of just kind of getting the ball forward and working off second ball. It's been, like I say, really competitive. Most of the danger has come from set pieces at both ends. But let's have a couple of long throw specialists on either side. So Maryhill looked maybe a small bit shaky early doors, but seemed to have got to grips with that and then kind of played their way back into the game. So the draw is probably a fair result so far.
Off the park, we've spoken about it earlier on the show. Mark, 100 games in charge last week, signs a new deal. What does that mean for you guys as a club?
We're delighted first and foremost. I mean, Mark tries to implement his style on the team, and he's kind of slowly built it over 3 seasons. He's really probably overachieving in some ways, given the budget at play. Without getting into figures, but no, we're really happy he's decided to stay on, and he's got the core of the team signed up for next year as well. So I'm taking that as they're buying into what he's looking to build as well.
Excellent. Thanks, Aaron, for the update. We'll let you get back to your match day duties, and we'll catch up with you later on, mate. Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you.
It's funny that Aaron being involved with the club in the background is saying that mid-table they're probably punching above their weight a wee bit, whereas Mark in his interview, and maybe this is just a manager thing or a young manager thing, Mark's saying, well, we're actually a bit disappointed we were looking to try and go and get promoted this season.
I think that's the stance a manager will always take. A manager always wants to be doing better. Managers 3 points clear at the top of the league. He wants to be 6 points clear at the top of the league. What's really needed for Maryhill in particular, given the recent histories, they want to just consolidate and make sure that they're still functioning as a club. Mark's now got to put the pressure on the club to say, no, I want more, I want more, I want more. But yeah, no, absolutely fantastic. I think Maryhill are under a really, really good stewardship at this moment in time from the committee and manager. And as Chris said earlier, this is only going to benefit Mark and his managerial experience. What he'll do is he'll build upon this, and he'll build upon the players that he knows, the players he trusts, the players that he's seen through the season as well, and the opposition who really like to try and attract to the club. And it's just building solid foundations.
I would agree. I think that is the foundations he's building there. That's a few seasons he's been there, and the team, he probably won't like me saying this, the team aren't getting worse, which is good, because Maryhill are, for me, a team who, even going back to my time there, they just get relegated for the Premier League. They were a massive club, and you know what it's like. You played against them when they were top team. And the drop was pretty rapid, to be honest. And how do you feel it is, Straney, because you've been in the game a bit longer than myself, just a wee bit, and played at a high level for longer than I did at this level. How many teams you've seen go from being a real big club at this level and they just disappear, and it's so hard for them to come back?
Aye, the motivation for everybody around about the club suffers. Committee, supporters, they lose players who inevitably go and chase the glories or maybe even the bucks. And that's a hard thing to recover from, because even more so for supporters, clubs are nothing without the fan base. They really are. They need a fan base. They need. You touched upon there, Renfrew. Renfrew could count the guys that come in the door regular week in, week out. It won't probably fluctuate too much until they maybe go on a Scottish Cup run or something like that. That's the same for big clubs. But when, like, say for instance, Auchinleck fell off the face of the planet, and I don't expect it to happen given who's in charge and what they're doing down there. And Henry's run that club for years and years, and they're the epitome. They're the standout club in terms of how you should be run at a level. Let's say they fell off the face of the earth. The supporters there that have turned up, and you can even see it and hear it a wee bit just now, they're a wee bit starved of success. And they start to get rumblings and whatever else, and that enthusiasm just drifts away. Fortunately, there's somebody there that can handle that, and Dick Skindon knows what he's doing, and it'll come back. But supporters are after glory. That's the bottom line. They want to see their team winning, and if their team only winning and they're turning up and they're getting horsed every week, then they're going to go and find something else to do.
It's funny you say that about the Talbot, because they have been for so long, and my whole time, barring maybe the first year or two when I started playing in the early 2000s or mid 2000s, Pollock were a big team, and then the Talbot, when Tucker came in, just started to eclipse that. 31 trophies he's won there, and he's 17, 18 years or whatever it is, and even they're getting a wee drop off, and they're still just now they're still sitting sixth in the league, but with games in hand, there's a good chance that they could still finish potentially.
Listen, I fancy Auchinleck to finish in the top three. They're in a final, maybe get to another final. Where they're going, with the money's in the game, it's a good season for them.
I know,
absolutely good season, but it just shows you the standards that they've achieved in the past. And by the way, I'm talking to Alan, I speak to Alan quite regularly. They know that they want to be closer to Clydebank and whatever else, but you've touched on Kyle. I tried to sign Kyle McAvoy at Meath. Kyle's a young player. He's cutting his teeth at that level for the first time. He's going to be a fantastic player. He's got pace. He's an all-rounder. Strong boy, good in the air. He's an Auchinleck player. And they know who they're trying to recruit, what type of player they're trying to recruit. And 9 times out of 10, these players will be successful.
I think that's a really important part. Just before we go on the break, but I think that's a massively important point you've made there is, and you know as well, if no better than me, Tucker signs players obviously for ability, but in my experience, having played for him for a very short period of time, it's mentality that's the big thing for him. And you look at the players he had when they were so successful. You had your Gav Collins, Whitey, Petty when he was there, Butch, Arnie, Stevie Mallon, even at the end of his time, and it's like they were top players who had top mindsets at this level, and there was a reason they were so successful.
The biggest one for me, who I thought was a massive success at Talbot, and I think, unfortunately for injuries that we had, he was also with us at Renfrew. Kieran Healy. I thought Kieran
Good
Healy
player,
was exactly the epitome of a talent player. He went in there in the first year, wasn't he playing all the time? And we'd said to him, say, look, go, line your trade, drip in, drip in. Kieran was your first name in the team every single
But
time.
that's what
Nothing
Tucker-
flashy, he just does.
That's what Tucker does as well. He takes a lot of players from sometimes lower levels where he sees something and makes and helps make them.
Recruitment, I looked at my time at Leeds. I couldn't compete with the big boys in terms of who you're going for and whatever else. Seeing Scott Ruff, lower league, boys Stott and goals, one, wasn't getting a game at Rob Roy. You have to sign players based on their mentality and their hunger for the game. There's an abundance of talent at this level, but what I demand of my players is very similar to probably Tucker in terms of it's behaviour-based attributes first and foremost. After that, it's ability is very, very much something that comes to the fore, and you need ability within your team. Don't get me wrong, but you have to have the right attributes.
So I always say that it doesn't even matter. It's football. I go back to my running days. Everything in life is about the 3 A's: your attitude, your application, and your ability. You can have all the ability in the world, if you don't apply yourself and you don't have the right attitude, your ability's the last one.
I flip the other way. I don't go with the BCDs, and that's your blame, complain, defend. If you get that within your team, you're not getting over any hurdles because you will face adversity. But you've all played with players, and I was one when I was younger.
I was guilty as well.
Blame somebody else. You had a poor game, I didn't get the ball, I didn't get the service. It's what you're doing, how you're impacting the game, how you carry yourself, which is important for your teammates to see that. There's body language, there's loads of stuff. Listen, football management isn't, it's no a magic wand. Nobody has the answers to what you should be doing. But in terms of where I'm at now in my career, I'll look at who I'm signing, know what I'm signing.
Do you also think as well at your age where you're still a relatively young manager, but you're not a young manager who is in their early to mid 30s or whatever? And do you think it's maybe a part of the stage of life you're at where you've got that experience and you understand certain things? I managed a really good amateur team who did really well, and then I coached at St Peter's as assistant, and then assistant at Craigmark, and then had a wee stint taking the team there. And I noticed the difference when I started managing to playing, where I look back at myself and I think my attitude was terrible at times, and I would blame other people. But I think that an important thing was I could go away after it and go, do you know what? Even though I blamed Straney for that day, that was actually my fault. And I think that's an important part where you get on the flip side. Boys I've coached who, on reflection, did not have the attitude or the mindset to be able to reflect on decisions I've made. Like I look at going back to my amateur team, we had a boy in terms of ability was arguably technically the worst in the team. But he was a flying machine. Played him up front, and he was the type of guy. I remember him. We'd have throw in far side. He goes to the throw in, flicks it on. Everybody's kind of just half-hearted turning, and he turned and ran the width of the box and got there first, and we ended up getting a goal at it. And you're like, I would take a team of guys who's wanting to do that instead of, or maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but rather than having a team of guys.
Plays to top level. Look at Daisy Maid at Celtic. He's epitome at times. He tips all the ball, kicks the ball at the park. He'll chase, run, Harry. His work ethic. His team. You just need to look at Rangers as a group just now. Before Barry Ferguson took over, the blame, complain, defend culture about the manager, it's the players.
Yep.
And if the manager can't solve that culture, if he can't get his ideas across, and there's a trust between the players in terms of people have got perception of me in terms of a manager, and that's side of the park, maybe a raving lunatic or whatever else. Players wouldn't put up with that. I wasn't giving them something. The culture and the trust that you bring together amongst players dictates to how they perform on the football park, and that's it. You're there. You're almost like a father. That's how I would look at. And I know we'll probably get running out of time here, but in terms of how you treat the boys, if you give them your all, then you can expect their all. And if they're not giving you their all, then you're entitled to demand more of them.
I completely agree. We're going to go to a break. We ended up running on an extra 8 minutes because I do love that type of chat, to be honest. But we will be right back after these. And welcome back to Saturday Football Live. We are now at the stage where we're going to the second half of our West of Scotland games, and our Lowland League games have kicked off in the last 10 minutes. So we'll see how these are playing out. We've had a great day so far. We're going to move on to league reconstruction, which is something that we talked so much last week. I ended up forgetting about the reconstruction, and I don't know how that happened. So we kind of had a wee chat off air about it earlier. Straney, we come to you as having managed at the top level, and you've got first-hand experience of the conditions which prevented you guys from getting into even the playoffs for trying to get into the Lowland League. Which, could you actually elaborate before we go into the league reconstruction? My understanding is there was an issue with the ownership of the park at Beath, and they weren't completely sure who actually owned the park. Is that right?
There was a trust that owned the park, and the existing members of the trust had passed away, so there was no ownership of the pitch. The club believed the council owned the pitch. The council believed that the trust owned the pitch. They had to go through the legal rigmarole of finding out who owns the pitch. I think eventually the title goes back to the Crown, and then you have to apply to get the title from the Crown as such. So Beath encompassed a lot of difficulties in trying to get the licence, and not all through finance and whatever else. They're in a position where they're waiting on the licence at this moment in time. But it did have a bearing in me, moving on, that they weren't able to get the licence, because I've got ambition in my kind of football career that I want to manage as high as I possibly can. And at this moment in time, Beath are not able to progress. And big part of the reason that I moved on as well was we obviously were losing all our better players financially and whatever else. But I believe that if we'd have had that licence and the ability to move up, the players would have came on the journey with us. It wasn't just about finance for them. Maybe there was an opportunity for some of them to play at a higher level, and that's impinged on us being able to keep our squad together. So that inevitably led for me to move on. But I will say, it's nobody's fault at the football club that that's the position that they found themselves in. There's a set of circumstances there that are hard to believe. But as we now move on to the reconstruction side of things, there'll be loads and loads of questions asked as to how they're coming about, redesigning the leagues. I believe personally, looking at the geographic shape of what they're planning to do, that it'll be a better thing. Do you want to kind of go into what the plans are for the league? And
just before we go into it, St Rochs have just conceded another goal. They're 3-2 down to Glencairn. So quite an interesting one after being 2-0 up. Mary Hill are 2-1 up against Willits. So that's looking good for you guys and not so good for me. We've got a really early goal in our featured fixture in the Lowland League. Cumbernauld Colts are 1-0 up after 4 minutes against East Kilbride. Clydebank have taken the lead against Beath. And if they manage to hold on to that could be the first one in 13 years there, which is quite an interesting stat. It goes from bad to worse. Another penalty in the Glencairn St Rochs game goes Glencairn's way, and it's 4-2. 4-2 now to Glencairn. St Rochs are really struggling. It's McManus for the penalty. So that's 3 penalties out of the 5 goals there. Lugar are still 2-1 down to Thorn. We've got 0-0 at half time. It was with Muirkirk and Bells Hill. So Muirkirk trying to hold on. Ardrossan have taken the lead against Ashfield in a 2:30 kick-off there. So that's 1-0 for Gav's team. Right, so last week I interviewed Callum Law of the Evening Express and the Press and Journal up north, and Callum had, through contacts and sources, he's released I'm actually blanking on words here. He did a piece on potential reconfiguration of Tier 5 and Scottish football. It's looking like we're going to go back to the old way it was with the juniors, the East and West split. And I think they're bringing in they're changing the split for up north. So they're going to have the Midlands League, and I can't remember the league it's up in. Is it the Caledonian League?
So they've got the Midland and the Caledonian League that feed into the Highland League.
Yep.
We're also going to have the East Lowland League and the West Lowland League, with the South feeding into whatever league that feeds into, whether that geographically is the East or the West.
So it's quite interesting. And so obviously in this show we cover the Lowland League, and it's something that I do apologise for, is that my knowledge still is getting better in the Lowland League. It's still not great, so this is mainly a West of Scotland show as it stands. So we talk about the impact it has on the West of Scotland. You're getting a lot of teams who will be jumping a level in a sense if this comes in, because instead of having to win the Premier then go through the round robin to get into the Lowland League, we will now have the West Lowland League. And what we're looking at, we've got Clydebank. Do you know?
Yeah,
you're better than me. You're better than me. You go for it.
So, if you look at the merits of what it does to the West Premier League as it stands just now, to be in the West Lowland League, you'll have to be a licensed club. That is what I'm led to believe.
Yep.
And out of the teams that are in the Lowland League at present, that are West teams that would fall under that umbrella, there are Cumbernauld Colts, Broomhill, Albion Rovers, Cali Braves.
Yep.
So to make up a team of 16,
And East Kilbride if they don't get promoted.
East Kilbride if they don't get promoted, we're assuming they get promoted. So to get 16 teams, you're going to have to promote 9. There are only 7 teams licensed in the Premier League, and those are Clydebank, Auchinleck, Glenafton, Pollock, Cumnock, Benburb and Darvel. So teams the likes of Johnson Borough, Troon, Drumchapel, St Cadocks, Largs, Beath, Hurlford, Shotts and Gartcairn wouldn't have the criteria to get in that league, and therefore would make up the West Premier League. There's teams in the league below, for example, Cowannon, Meda, and we spoke about it earlier, the licensed Glencairn.
Yep.
They teams theoretically could jump 2 leagues.
But we have the situation as well, though. Gala, who look like they're going to get relegated, Gala there. Dalbeattie Star, I'm sure, are licensed as well because they've obviously been in the Lowland League.
Yeah.
I'm unsure of Stranraer, South of Scotland, who are currently top of the South of Scotland League. You've also got Lochar Thistle, who St Cadocks beat narrowly, who, if they can win their games in hand, they will win the South of Scotland League. You're looking at clubs like that, it kind of divvies it up. In terms of travel, what's your thoughts on it, guys, with you're taking away Linlithgow, Bowness, which the no terrible travelling distances for a lot of clubs, but then you're bringing in potentially Gala, still Gretna potentially.
Well, again, some of the teams would go into the East as well. Like if you look at the borders, like
so Gala would go into the East, wouldn't
Gala might go into the East just for geographical reasons. My personal take on it is we play at this level for a reason, and the reason a lot of us play at this level is for convenience. Convenience being that you don't have to travel the length and breadth of the country to play. Because a lot of players that could play SPL but don't have the time, their jobs, or indeed their family dictate that they can't. So from a regionalised perspective, you're getting the best league in the region. What it does present for me is an opportunity to put in a cup competition, and we spoke about this off air, that is a national non-league competition that's something to be really proud of. You could look at television rights, you can look at these shows doing featured games, you can really market it for it to become something. The Junior Cup was, and probably does have that romance for these non-league teams. Look at when Renfrew won it, all these years ago. Cowannon were the same. The towns just buy into that. For me, the structure of the leagues has to be done in sport and merit.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And at this moment in time, you're going to have people, and forgive me, Darvel at the moment are bottom of the league. Let's say Darvel went down. If they're licensed, there's an opportunity for them to get promoted, which doesn't sit well with me.
No.
And that's just reconstruction shouldn't favour teams that don't deserve it in a sport and merit. Now, Darvel could go on a magnificent run and stay up, and that's irrelevant. But the ironic part of this as well is when league reconstruction's coming in, Clydebank have probably speculated to accumulate this season in terms of going up and getting into the Lowland League because they want to progress. It looks as though they're going to be joined by teams that are below them in division now. It creates an opportunity for these teams. I get teams have spent a lot of money as well getting themselves licensed, so they would argue, look,
we've done it.
We've done that. We've invested in that. But there are teams, and I know either one of them, Largs being another one, Gartcairn, teams waiting on the licence at this moment in time for approval.
Yeah.
That, if granted, would they come above these teams should the league finish? There's a number of questions. And if I was in charge of it, what I would do is I'd promote the teams that finish in the top parts of the league, and I would give a caveat to that to say that you must have your licence and meet licence criteria within 12 months, or you will be relegated to the next licensed team below. And
I
that
think that's fair, aye.
merit.
On Clydebank, does Clydebank win 2-0 up? Who scored?
It's Nicky, isn't it?
It's always Nicky.
No, I would agree entirely. It's almost like sort of boxing hierarchy, isn't it? The champions get to be where they are because they're the best at it. And then if you're there to defend your position, then if you're not there, you default to the next one. This is exactly the way it should be here, because if you're looking at it in complete sporting meritocracy and complete sporting ethicals, why are you being relegated from the West of Scotland Premier League and then jumping up another division? Because you've got it right off the park, but you've got it wrong.
And see,
there's merits in both arguments.
I think you're completely right in the sense that
criteria.
with the licensing criteria, for talking about, we used Davos as an example, who could get relegated, and if they did, it's obviously not going to be next year. There was talk of it being next year, but from what I believe, it'll be 25-26 season. So I suppose next year and a bit.
What's this, the reconstruction?
Yeah,
I think it's coming in this summer.
well,
I think it'll come in.
I'd heard that.
99% sure that it's going to happen this summer.
Well, that's good to have then. That's an exclusive on the radio there. But I agree with you completely. I think that because they've set the conditions of you need the licensing, so that means clubs have got it to go. But I agree with you as well that you could look at saying you've got 12 months. You've got 12 months. Your top 6 or 7 go up, and you have 12 months. What about Johnson Borough? Surely they must be in a position where the licence must be close for them.
I think Johnson Borough are in a bit of a problem, and somebody told me it's because the ground's on a flight path, so putting lights up is an issue for them.
Well, I
don't know whether that's right or wrong.
I live in Houston, which is
the rich bit.
No.
I've been easier. Aye.
So, and yes, it is. It's right under the flight path of Glasgow Airport. I wouldn't have thought that because Simon Park, right across the
Murray Park as well when you're coming in the other way.
So I wouldn't have thought that actually.
It would just be to do with the brightness of the lights and things like that. And that's satisfy criteria. But you know, Johnson Borough are investing huge amounts of money in their community to go in the right direction, and I would imagine it's an inevitability that they'll get the licence. But true, you know, absolutely everything that satisfy criteria. I think they still have got issues over the lights. That there's, you know, sorting the lights.
And they must be in the flight path of Prestwick as well.
Chapel, you know, all these different things. The teams that have invested a lot of money in their grounds to get up to criteria that are waiting on acceptance, and be there in that, you know, category as well. Largs are another one. I think Largs have got an issue in terms of, because they're in a residential area, there's a lot of objections in terms of the lights being on at a certain period of time. I think they have to switch off the lights for training and stuff like that after 9 o'clock.
Right, okay.
So there's loads of things that it's not just black and white for clubs to go, right, they could be striving, putting all the investment, all the criteria in place, but they're waiting on these licenses. You've not got, I think, setting a line in the sand and saying, if you've not got it by, let's say, June 2026, you're gone. You're gone.
What? So obviously you're touching on that, right? And you look back to years gone by when they had the criteria in the Premier League in Scotland, where you had the 10,000-seater all-seater stadium, and Falkirk failed to comply, which I think it saved. Was it Motherwell or Aberdeen? It saved them getting relegated. And I think that you know better than me, being involved in this process with Beith, are all the stipulations and conditions, are they reasonable conditions, would you say?
For a club at our standing, I think the only one that really provides clubs with problems is the lights criteria. I hear people saying, obviously, the back office stuff's laborious in terms of getting your paperwork in order. That should all be in place if you're run properly as a football club. I understand it's no, you know, we're not dealing with lawyers and accountants that run clubs at this level. However, the paperwork side of things, you can seek help and get that in place. If you've got, how would I say this? If you've got example clubs that have got the information, they're happy to share information and help people along the way to get the licence. So it's not a problem, the back office stuff. Time consuming. The ground criteria is the number one prohibitor to stop these teams. If you look at the division below, and I'm looking at the likes of Petershill, who have made Petershill Park compliant to play in Champions League for women's football, they've got the licence without any shadow of a doubt. Renfrew, I would imagine, wouldn't struggle for a licence. Yeah. Kirkintilloch, Newpatch. But you've got somebody like, and I'm not very fond of Irvine Meadow. My dad spent most of his bit of career at Irvine Meadow. They're languishing now in 14th place in that division. They could end up in the top division.
Mhm.
That's not fair for the teams over a period of time. Now, I get this argument factor comes in and goes, oh, they've invested in their ground, maybe to the detriment of investing in their football team. I get that. But for me, you have to look at sporting meritocracy.
Mhm.
And that is the number. Football has always held its morals and values on the line of it's no what you've got, it's what you do.
See that?
And if we get into that standing, then I'm afraid it doesn't sit well with me.
What do we look at? Cup competition is it's an open game. The team who's languishing in seed 42 playing in seed number 1, they can win. The team who's got the team who plays best over the league, over the season, or 40 games, 30 games, whatever it may be, that's the meritocracy. Those are the right team. With Chris, I don't see that team who've got a license because of the paperwork right off the field of play should be able to jump up 2 leagues to go and play against.
The criteria is there in the beginning. Everybody knows the criteria, but it's not been the case.
No.
Or the word reconstruction tells you that it's not going to be. It's reconstructed out of something else. Therefore, there should be a grace period for everybody to comply with what they want them to comply
And
with.
it's reconstructed far too many times.
Well, that is the thing as well. You look at, say,
I'm not against change, by the way, because I genuinely believe it'd be better for everybody.
Mhm.
It gives a level playing field to the likes of clubs who went in at tier 5, and I'm looking at the Lowland League just now. Teams that have been there since its inception, like Cumbernauld Colts, maybe Broomhill, Civil Service Strollers. These clubs probably, and I don't want to speak out of school against these clubs. I know they're good clubs and good people around them, but they've gained
by
status
circumstance.
by circumstance in football. This is a leveling out, but the leveling out should be done based on, as I say, that sporting meritocracy.
Well, how many years was it before we had this that, and no disrespect, but like Albion Rovers were bottom team for how many
Well,
years?
East Stirling as
East
well.
Stirling.
6 or 7 years in a row they were bottom of the league. And you also look at in the Lowland League just now. You look at Albion Rovers, who are 7th in the league, and they're considered a success in the Lowland League.
I'm going to tell you though, it's going to benefit teams like Albion Rovers. So Albion Rovers are going to have crowds,
Aye.
Pollock,
Yes.
Auchinleck, Cumnock, well supported clubs, Clydebank coming into the league, and they all of a sudden go, actually, this is a better league for us to be involved in. There's less travel, less cost. So Albion Rovers are sitting there rubbing their hands. Now, the issue that you've got with the pyramid is there's a bottleneck above that.
Yeah.
There's still that self-protection within the SPFL clubs. That has to be sorted out before this works a treat.
Yeah.
But I think we need to get the foundations right at this level first.
I'm not sure
This
what
does
it means for, since you've touched on it, I'm not sure what this means for promotion and relegation, but I'm hoping that they open the Lowland League South, East and West up to similar conditions to what you have in the East and West for the
3 up, 3 down.
3 up, 3 down.
Got to
It
be.
makes it interesting because the Lowland League has been a bit hypocritical for me in the sense that they've complained about the fact that at the top of the tree you have to have this fight, but then you have the exact same fight.
Self-preservation.
It's self-preservation, and everybody, listen, we're guilty in our own lives in certain degrees and whatever else, but everybody's got to look at the big picture, and this is where I'm saying Albion Rovers right now come from getting guaranteed pot of money in the SPFL, sitting there going, how do we get through this now? You just talk about clubs that have the fall for grace.
Yep.
That's a club that's at the fall for grace. They'll actually be sitting there going, we've got an opportunity to embrace this and kick up, do the right thing, make it level across all playing fields, 3 up, 3 down, all the leagues, let's go.
And the thing is as well, you touch on the crowds. So I'll say it for Hibbert in the Lowland League just now. Linlithgow and Bowness, arguably the biggest crowds in the Lowland League. Albion Rovers are still decent. They're still getting 350, 500, right? I had a wee look at, I don't remember where I've seen it.
Kevin Meathwood well followed.
They're similar. They're kind of a few hundred, right?
Yeah.
I had a look at it during the week. I can't remember what the source was, but it gave a good breakdown on other figures. But say for talking sake, you look at Albion Rovers being in a West Lowland League. You have Pollock, you have Clydebank, you could potentially go for Cowan eventually. You've got Auchinleck, Cumnock, teams like that. You look at Glenafton, exactly. You look at the Johnson Borough and Clydebank game a couple of weeks ago, 1,000 people at it. I mean,
you don't get those crowds anywhere.
You struggle to get that sometimes in the championship.
This will bring the big clubs back to the big end of the school, if you want, for a better
Yep.
phrase. But do they deserve just to get there because of what they've got? That's the moral dilemma for
No,
it.
definitely. Beath have pulled a goal back against Clydebank. It's
Yeah,
now
Beath.
2-1
One
there.
leads it.
Bonneton and Cali Locals haven't quite a game there. Cali Locals 3 times in the lead. It's now 5-3 to Bonneton. Lugar, after being 2-0 down against the Thorn, have got it to 2 each. Dylan Collins gets his hat-trick and makes it 5-4 with Cali Locals and Bonneton, so a 9-goal thriller there. Petershill have pulled a goal back against Blantyre. It's now 2-1. Dean Fulton scores for Troon. 2-0 Troon. Looks like that could be enough for them to get the points. It was Ryan Thompson with a goal for Petershill. I think Tom had been injured for quite a spell as well, so I think that's good for him to return, unless I misjudged that one. Still 1-0 with Cumbernauld and East Kilbride. Dalry have taken the lead against Wishaw. Wishaw's 2-season run goes from bad to worse, winning. I think they're at 8 games they've won in the last 60 odd in the league, or 50 odd in the league, is pretty painful. Still 1-0 to Talbot. Looks like you guys have got your Maryhill predictions spot on. They are now 3-1 up. Great result as it stands there. Newmain's 4-0 up against BSC. Harry Officer with another goal for Threave makes it 4-2 to Ardeer against Threave. Perthshire have got an equaliser against Girvan. It's a massive goal for them, so that's 1-1. Do you know what? I'm going to actually take it back to the 4th division just for a wee second to touch on Beath. So I'm interested to hear your view. Myself and Des have spoken about this at length. We're talking about the teams going up, and it could potentially have implications on our bottom level. BSC today, if it stays 4-0, have played 24 games, won 1, lost 23, scored 20, conceded 130 goals. What's your view on, because I'm a massive advocate for the 4th division, what's your view when you're getting a team who are in that position? Is it one of those ones where do the league need to do more to help this club, but then that becomes an issue because they don't help anybody else? Or do a team like this have to drop out of level, or do we just have to accept that this team, as it stands, could be looking at being bottom for quite some spell?
Good on them for turning up. Good on them. You have to start somewhere.
Yep.
I've absolutely no qualms about it. Listen, there's always somebody that's at the bottom.
Somebody's got to be there.
Somebody's got to be
Yep.
there. It's not a pleasant place to be, but through that you can have drive, endeavour, adversity comes, the good stuff. If you look at Saltcoats, looking at them in the league, there's a lot of good people at Saltcoats that have managed to keep a club going.
Yeah,
and
and
I
now
mean,
it's improving.
keep a club going. They'll be sitting there going, we've won 6 games this season. There's not been a season where we've won 6 games for about 4 or 5
I know.
years. Great. Where I've got a wee issue with it is, I think we had it right with the bottom 2 leagues being regionalised previously.
Aye.
I think Saltcoats travelling to West Park put too much of a financial burden on them.
Mhm.
But again, the players are doing it. Look at a team on the park every week. Great, good for them. We're in football because we love it. We're sitting in this studio because we love football. We love talking about it. So ultimately, if there wasn't teams there that are willing to participate, we wouldn't be sitting talking about it. And so unfortunately, it's been a bad season for BSC. But God love them. Hope they kick on next year and they get something to shout about.
It's just one of those really tough ones. I mean, I think that it's impressive that they are able to field a team every week, because if you're 110 goals minus goal difference and you're 24 games into the season, I think that's so difficult for a team to turn up every week. So I do give them a huge amount of credit. And in that league last year, BSC were very much a troublemaking team for me. They were mid-table-ish, but they stopped giving up winning the league. They would go and take points off of Ross Vale and cause Ross Vale issues trying to get promoted last season. They were a spoiler team. Whereas this season, they're a gimme. And I hope they're able to at least see the season out, because we wouldn't want things to start changing in terms of what it means for the league and results.
Teams can't drop it. That's the big thing about it. And listen, see through this reconstruction, I played with my mate runs an amateur team in the week that I left Meath. He phoned me up and said, listen, I'm short a couple of players, will you come and play? I was absolutely buzzing. Made my debut at 44 and thought it was brilliant. And he's like, can you come back and help with? I'm like, oh, you need to give me a couple of weeks to the building here. But we love playing football. There's 11 guys there. Think of the buzz that the 11 guys are getting playing football. It might not seem like that now when they're getting cuffed, but that will change for them. They'll get experience through that, and everybody deserves an opportunity.
You've got to look at it as well. This is a relief for these guys. These guys are working every single day of the week. Saturday, okay, results aren't good for them, but this is their bit of time for them to have their own
When's the last time
headspace.
Royal Albert won 7 games this season? No.
And that is the thing. They were, in my time when I played with Port Glasgow and I dropped down the levels, Royal Albert was a given. Every time you got Royal Albert, you knew you were winning.
And they beat,
But then-
they beat Knightsbridge.
But then you had Dolsey and Nizzy had their spell and won a league title with them.
Yeah.
And it just came out of nowhere
Yeah.
and they just won a league title. Dropped down a wee bit, starting to pick up again. Beath are now 3-1 down.
Yeah, yeah.
Dean Cairns. Hurlford have gone 2-0 up against Pollock, which is a massive one. Darvel still leading against Johnson Borough. No Shots playing today, no Gart Cairn playing today. So Darvel have now got themselves in a position where they're tied in points behind Shots and goal difference. Same games, so it's really neck and neck there. Benburb losing, obviously. So Darvel have a game in hand, Shots have a game in hand on Benburb, only a point behind it. And how current form's going, either of those teams can pick up points. So it's quite an interesting one. And then Hurlford and Cumnock as well winning. Those 3 points potentially could be massive for the remainder of their season today. But we're looking at, we got asked a question actually earlier on, so apologies if you're no longer watching the live. But the question came in from Alan. What do you boys think, or who do you boys think will go down from the first division this season? So we'll get a wee gander at the first division.
I think 2 places are already.
They're
Nailed
done.
Mario McAllister, Master Lord, I think Baylor Clyde will be dragged in it. Maybole are skirting around it, but I think just the amount of
I hope George gets it together, but I just know he's been struggling with obviously to get players in at Maybole since he's came there, and a lot of the players went with the previous manager at Wallace, but I think Maybole are in real trouble.
I agree. I think that maybe Maybole as well. And I'm hoping that George. So I am very much, because I don't know George, but Johnny's a mate. George is his mate. I want to see him do well because of that mutual friendship. I don't see the position they've walked in. George, when I interviewed him a couple of weeks ago, touched on there was a bit of financial difficulties. That's been fixed now, which is good for them. But they lost so many players, obviously, with the financial issues they had, where players weren't getting paid and they decided to leave, which is obviously their prerogative. It's a very difficult one, and I would lean towards Maybole being the one to go down based on current form, because Maybole have only in the last, so they lost 2-1 to Blantyre, who Blantyre have, after being 2-0 up, are now 2-2 with Petershill. Alex Cassels with a goal there. They lost 2-1 to Blantyre, had a decent 1-1 with Rob Roy, lost 4-0 to Vale Clyde, which is a big one. They beat Glencairn, lost to the Meadow, lost to Ardrossan, lost to Muirkirk, so their form's been a bit hit and miss, but it's definitely a tough one. So thank you very much for that question. But we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back. We're now getting close to the end of our games in the west of Scotland. We've got some scores coming in the Lowland League. Trinent are 1-0 up against Berwick, and Calais Braves are 1-0 up as well, which is quite an important goal for them. So we'll be right back after these. And welcome back to the Saturday Football Live Show. Get us on WhatsApp at 07396717412. That's 07396717412. 412. If you've got any questions for myself or the guys, don't hesitate to get in touch with us. It's been a great show. I'm not going to lie, Stringy, you've been a top drawer guest. You've taken the lead a few times in everything. It's been great to have somebody in that's really keen to talk on it. It's been great. But we've touched on Arthurlie, league reconstruction. I want to just quickly touch on Barry Hanlon at Kilsyth Athletic, who has decided to step away at the end of the season for personal reasons. Makes it seem like there's some issues. Basically, for his business, he has a coaching business and he would like to try and grow his business. But a boy who is, and I say boy in the greatest respect, 25 years old, took that team at 22. Him and a couple of his mates brought Kilsyth into the setup at 22-year-old. And Barry's interview, the interviewer is obviously one of his mates on the committee who's the same age as him, and they're kind of laughing and joking, and you could tell the friendship between the two of them just in the interview. And it was like, these 22-year-olds who decided to start this and we had no idea what we're doing. Youngest manager in Britain. I don't know if he still holds that accolade, but he did particular. I think that the job that he's done at Kilsyth, getting promoted to the 4th division, then keeping them in the 3rd division, and now looking at potentially getting promoted into the 2nd division, it's an incredible job for somebody so young. And I appreciate that most of the Kilsyth players were 21s players with him and knew him anyway, so there was that respect that was there. But he's brought in players in the last few years who didn't know him. And for a 25-year-old, and I think Martin Fellows falls into this a bit as well as being 27, that's a big thing, getting into a dressing room at that age and being able to hold your own and actually get your message across to players.
You know what it's like? Obviously, my line of work, I'm a manager. We've all got managerial roles and managerial experience. It takes a lot of gumption and a lot of confidence, particularly for somebody so young, to go in and be in front of a dressing room. Now, I also do it in my role with my staff, and that's fine. I'm comfortable in it, and I've done it, and I've grown there through experience. But to win at 22-year-old, to run a dressing room, to take that on board, to run a club, I think that's incredible. And Martin Fellows, again, what he's done at St Cadoc's as well, and he's done it for a number of years. And what it's doing is just absolutely enhancing these guys' reputations. I mean, Shane, what age were you when you took your
33?
So that's young. That's young. I think getting out of a dressing room, you're a senior player, but you're a young man and to take a team at that age.
It depends on your maturity. It depends on your character, what experience you've got in the past, and how you're able to do things. Football players see right through you. Like, you stand up in the dressing room. I always believe that maybe when you're introduced to players and you take charge of a team, your first 2 weeks are the most important, because the players will either not buy into what you're doing, but they'll respect your opinion and respect your views on football. If you can't capture them, you're done. We've all been in dressing rooms where players turn on managers. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like,
have you had it happen to you?
Nah.
So I can tell you. So I was 28 when I managed my amateur team. Right, and I understand the levels are relative, but I took my amateur team at 28. It was basically a team of boys that I knew. They were a couple of years younger than me for school, but I played with them at the end of my playing time, and the manager decided to leave. The team was going to fold if I didn't do it. And I got a great response with a great first season. Second season, I had 2 or 3, and I knew I should have got rid of them. I didn't, and I knew I should have, but they were good players, and I thought I can get them back on board. Now looking at it, nearly 10 years later, I should have just been like, I don't care, these are gone. They started to turn their dressing room a bit poison. Our committee, I feel still better about it, done me over, got me out. I'd lost 1 game in 18 that season, and we went, and the team folded within 3 months after that. But I think that can be very poison. Even 1 or 2 start to turn.
You always get people that are more scrupulous than others in character. This is where, when you hear it in senior football, Graham Souness speaks about your senior players, how vital your senior players are. Senior players can squash that, right? If your senior players, your leaders, your captains, your leadership team within that team experience issues that shouldn't be happening, and they detail it to you as a manager, and you don't take action on it, then
it's your problem.
It's your issue, and it will become your issue. If you experience things, and I always have got the mantra of, you give people an opportunity, if they let themselves down, you try and point them in the right direction. If they let themselves down again, you tell them, it's my way, the highway. On a third occasion, they're not going to change. That's no, and I'll live or die with that. And ultimately, whether they're a good player or whether they're not a good player doesn't matter. People said to me, and I found it probably a wee bit galling, that B is one of the best team B is one of the team made up with the best individuals over the last couple of years to win the league. They were the best team in terms of spirit, and there's great players in amongst it. You know, boys that's top scorers in the league both years, top assists, top pros in terms of that. But within that dressing room and within that environment, everybody was for everybody else. There was no selfish bone in anybody. And I can go back to when we won the league the first time. We played the Easter weekend, which we're coming up to just now, and it's a weekend traditionally there's a lot of football. We played on the Friday night at Irvine Meadow, and on the Monday we were playing Auchinleck at Auchinleck. So 2 difficult away games. And I said to the boys, look, we're within touching distance. We need a couple of results here. Scraped a 2-1 at Irvine Meadow. Real tough battle and performance. And I said to the boys, stay in the weekend. Whatever you do, stay in. Just rest up. We've got as tough a game as you can expect to go to Auchinleck. We win at Auchinleck, we'll win the league. Do everything you can, because you don't get these opportunities to go and win leagues. The person will remain nameless, but I know boys that were at Auchinleck that were out on the Saturday into the Sunday, maybe the Sunday because they're off their work on the Monday, and the boozer. We won the game. I think again we won 2-1 or 1-0 up there. It was a tight game. My boys were euphoric in the dressing room after it, but it was their experience of do the right things, and they were willing to do it. Sacrifice is everything in a football player, and if you've not got people that are willing to do it and they're not serious enough about it, you need to get out the door, or you're not going to win anything. And not everybody can win, and that's the bit that you go, there's 16 teams in that league, 15 of them are going to have a season where you go, oh, it wasn't that good. Clydebank are going to have the season of their life, the way things look at this moment in time, and they built that up over 3, 4, 5 years. They deserve that. The best team wins the league. But the team spirit aspect of it, Moffo have learned over the last couple of years who's firm out of the distance and who's not.
Aye.
That's a good manager.
I think that is vitally important, and I think that you do have to have that attitude, and it goes back to your kind of twos are firing out acronyms and stuff. Is your attitude in your application where you're willing to, because how seldom do you win trophies at any level in your career? If you're fortunate enough, you find your level and you play with teams that win a lot. But I remember my first year in the juniors, I won the league title with Rob Roy, and we lost a cup final. And I won a cup final with Cumnock in my first 3 years in the juniors, and I thought, this is great, I'm going to win trophies. I never won anything else again the rest of my time playing.
How many times
I could go through that league there days, and there's probably I'm trying to look at the managers that have won stuff. There you go, you get down to Tucker. Nobody's won anything, I don't think. I might be wrong in that. Troon have won a West under Jimmy.
Maxie's won, won the Westwood with Rob Roy.
He won Central League Cup with Rob Roy, I think, didn't he?
Good promotion with Rob Roy.
Aye. Largs, Arnie's a brilliant manager.
And never won it.
Hasn't managed to win it.
Moff's never won it.
Might be his year this year, Arnie. You know, they're in 2 semi-finals.
I think Arnie's massively underrated.
Arnie's a great man. Listen, see the 2 managers that I've got doing really, really well at our level is Dan Henderson, who has just seen it, done it, and Arnie. Me and Arnie fight like cat and dog, but
I know I watched it.
But what he's done, Arnie's somebody who's built 3 teams in that period of time and had all his best players taken away at certain points and still had the ability to go and build another team. And I think this is the best version of the teams he's had just now in terms of pace, power. But they're like him. They're tenacious. They're great spirited. So it comes across in reflection. But I genuinely mean that. That's not to have a pop at anybody, but you're looking at Swifty won a trophy with Coburn. Big John won anything at Shots.
I won no, he never won. It was Tony won a Scottish. Yeah, no, I can't think.
You know, Max Lowe. Like, you're going through that league there and you're going like that to yourself. It's very hard to win trophies at this level. Extremely hard. If you're fortunate enough to do it, it doesn't happen every year. So you need to embrace it and then know why. It can't be a fluke that you've done it. You need to know why you've done it and then how you've done it.
Was it the OC?
Then gives you the blueprint to do it again.
It was easy.
Every day
would be good.
Well, I'll tell you what, see if they decided to do like an average between all the managers and then split it to see the average of trophies won. Just taking Tucker and everybody's won a couple of trophies, to be fair, if you just split his. we've touched on the Cali Locals and Bonington game. It is now 5 each in that game.
Wow.
Dylan Collins with his 4th goal of the game for Cali Locals. So we're getting a goal every 7 minutes in that game.
How can you score 4 goals and not be winning?
5 goals and no winning, I know. Both of them.
And there's another goal at New Western Park, Jojo Gillespie for
Oh,
Wrexham.
3-1. That's massive. And Troon have just gone 3-0 up against Benburn. And as Callum Watt makes it 3-0 for Hurlford against Pollock. So a lot of interesting one. Kevin Adam makes it 3-1 for Irvin Vicks against Finnart. We've got a goal and equaliser at Keene Park. Johnson Borough 1, Darvel 1, a penalty there for Mullen. Talbot are now 1-1. Hillaby reduced to 10 men. Maryhill having an absolutely tremendous day. They're now 4-1 up. So well done to you guys on that one there. But it's so important that you say, can you fluke winning a trophy? Maybe in a cup you can fluke a league's a bit harder.
A cup you can always get
You get good draws and stuff. We're talking about Arnie. Largs are now 2-1 up against Glenafton. Port Glasgow now 4-2 down against Easterhouse. Knightswood losing 2-1 of the days. Was that the last we saw there? If that's the case, they'll be absolutely devastated. The fact that Port have missed 2 opportunities in the last 3 or 4 weeks not to capitalise.
1 each was the last update.
1 each. Well, that's 2 opportunities they've missed. Threave have got a 3rd goal. Harry Officer with a hat-trick there against Ardea. And I think that for Threave, I've never seen Harry Officer play, right? But doing this, I get to know names. Some amount of goals he scores for Threave, and big goals he scores, but they have the benefit of being in that area, in that catchment where Threave are probably the best players, and he's not going to be able to go anywhere else. Cali Locals have just gone 6-5 up on Bonington. Civil Service Drovers are now 1-0 up against Bo'ness in the Lowland League. Still 1-0 with Dorai, 1-1 with Greenock and Greenock and Kilsyth there. Girvan have retaken the lead, so that's 2-1 to Girvan against Perthshire. Bellshill have gone 1-0 up against Muirkirk, and
starting to see the teams at the bottom of the leagues that are fighting for their lives,
Exactly.
winning games now,
And
and
that's-
teams that you don't expect.
see, for me, that's a mentality issue as
Yeah.
well. And I don't. Your ability over the course of a season plays in, but it becomes a mentality issue if you are able to go and win 5 or 6 games out your. I'll go back to Whitlett's 2 years ago. Whitlett's won 12 out of 14, I'm sure it was, to just stay in the division under Popey, and you're like, where was that all season?
That's your application.
Aye.
Attitude.
Aye, sometimes it can come into confidence as well. You know, you just alluded to their strikers scoring goals. We were talking about Rob Roy. You know, they've not scored enough goals, so it impacts everybody else. All of a sudden, you're going to be running that belief there. That belief's a huge thing for them.
Oh, definitely. St Roch's are now 5-2 down against Glencairn. After being 2-0 up, they're 5-2 down. Port Glasgow maybe close to salvaging a point. They've scored another, so it's 4-3 to Easterhouse at Newlandsfield. David Ramsey scores another goal for Largs. That is now 3-1. Kilsyth take the lead late against Greenock in the 3rd division, so they're now 2-1 up, and it puts them into 2nd place. The Thorn have managed to scrape by and look like they've all but won that league in the 3rd division. They've beaten Lugar 3-2. Thorn is another one for me where they got promoted last season. Muirkirk have just pulled one back against Bellshill full time at Clydebank, 3-1 at Clydebank. Bellsdale. Thorn are another one who, for me, they're the pinnacle of what this league looked for when they brought the 4th division in. They had a good amateur team, a good youth setup. They go and get themselves promoted in their first season. I think if they'd another 3 or 4 games left in the league, they'd have won that league because Glenville started to taper off. Now they've gone into the 3rd division, and as it stands, they are 10 points clear at the top of the table with 8 games to go. It's incredible for a team who haven't spent much money and have basically just built on basically what they had before. And every time they've had a manager go, they've had somebody step up.
Paul, with the meritocracy piece, they're meriting where they are in the league. You know, they're standing up for what they thought they would be as a football team. So good on them.
It's tremendous. We've got full-time result. Les Mexico 1, Cambuslang 1, Cumnock 1, St Cadoc's 0. That's a huge 3 points. We touched on it earlier in the show for Cumnock. That is those results for Cumnock almost gave them that hope that you're saying 8 games left. You are 6-7 points clear of relegation. How important is that?
Well, what it does is it drags Pollock into the mix as well. You know, they go a point behind Pollock. Hurlford 3 points that put them, you know, still 4 between them. Everybody at the bottom of the league will start to win games, and that's where your middle of the table teams like Bede, Glenafton just get enough points, I would say, to just stay out. But I think Pollock, Cumnock, just because of the way results are still in the mix, but you've got to be trending in the right direction, and that's the difference that, you know, you look at.
That's Benburn and Gartcairn's issue, isn't it? They are completely the opposite. I looked at it the other night and I've already kind of forgotten.
I think Shot's on a good run of form.
Oh,
you know,
tremendous.
And John doesn't get a lot of credit. I've got a terrible record down there at Shots. I don't think I've ever won a game as a manager down there at Shots, but they've got a good spirit. They don't pretend to be, you know, sexy or pleasing in the eye. They are workmanlike. They work their backsides off, and for them to stay in the league's a brilliant achievement.
When you look at Shots, who are third bottom in the league, they've conceded 31 goals in 20 games. Now that, for me, at this level, that's probably no relegation form defensively. Their issue is they're not scoring enough goals. They're the bottom scorers in the league. But if you concede 31 goals...
They're well organised, but that's the difference. They'll sit in and they'll look for their opportunities.
So they lose by the odd goal.
Yeah.
They do not get a 4 and 5
No.
now. You don't see that with John's team. They do not get hammered from anybody. So I think that, see, if you're able to keep it tight every game, you always have a chance to go and nick it and get the points that you require.
If you don't lose a goal, you're not going to get
The Bens will be worried to know how
Big
they're trending at this moment in time. And Wince is a good guy. The two Winters brothers are good football men. They know the game inside out. They'll just be trying to get, you know, a wee point here or there that just stops the rock for them. But it's tightening up at the bottom of the league.
Definitely. Kilsyth Athletic have taken the shares there. They are 3-1 up, 90th minute. I don't see them losing 2 goals in the last couple of minutes. Maybe the commentators curse. Cairo Crawford makes it 4-1 for Irvine Vicks against Fanart, which is a massive result for them. On the flip side, Fanart, they've kind of, the wheels have come right off them in the last 6 to 8 weeks.
That's quite surprising.
They look like a team who are really going to go up.
Really anything I've seen this year, they've been really stuffy, really in your face, and quite surprised to see the.
We shout out to Ben Carson at Irvine Vicks. He was obviously in at Irvine Med, and it didn't go the way he wanted, and Ben was probably thrust into that earlier than what he would like to have been. But he's went to Irvine Vicks. He's brought in a few players, and if they survive, he's produced a miracle.
Well, Port Glasgow, 93rd minute, have managed to get the equaliser, 4-4 there. That's something I love about the lower divisions as well. You get absolutely mental scores. I love it. Full time at Blantyre is 2-2 for Blantyre and Petershill. Still 1-0 at half time with East Kilbride and Cumbernauld Colts, so Doyle will be really pleased with that. And in the 94th minute, Johnsonborough get a winner against Darvel. Aaron Mason with a goal there, 2-1. Hurlford in the 94th minute as well, go and make it 4-0 against Pollock.
Johnsonborough have done that a few times this year. I think they beat at home Gartcairn not long ago with a couple of goals late on as well. So fair play to them, you know, as we spoke about earlier, they're under pressure to win games just because of the investment there, and they what did you say, 1 defeat in 18?
Yeah. Aye, I know, 19 now. 19 now.
The quality of got really good. Not just the quality of living on the pitch, the quality of the
Where you go, I don't think, I don't know whether or not the scorers, as you can tell the scorers, but I think the last game as well, people coming off the bench and people are tired makes a massive
Definitely.
difference.
We have full time in that 11-goal thriller. Cali Locals 6, Bonnet 5. That's quite a belter. Carluke, a wee bit of a surprise one for me. Carluke have beaten Royal Albert 2-0 in the 4th Division. Royal Albert, after beating Knightswood, running Port Glasgow right to the wire, have been excellent in the last 5-6 weeks. They've really turned it around since they've started to add a bit of quality. But a draw and defeat for them today.
That's the confirmed there after beating Kilburn 1-0, and a wee bit of controversy with the goal family. The league side players are saying the ball was punched into the goal.
Oh, Maradona playing, was he? Came back. Full time at Rob Roy, 1-1 between Rob Roy and the Meadow, just like we called it, and I think that's a pretty solid result for both teams involved. Full time at New Tinto, 3-0 to Troon. Troon bouncing back after their midweek defeat against. And do you know what? I appreciate that Troon, in terms of budget, Troon are probably one of the middle to higher teams in terms of their budget. You look at me there, so it might be even higher than that. But what a job that they do. They kind of fly under the radar a bit for me.
That's been a team that's in the making for the past few years. That's not just a come in overnight, throw loads of money at it. bring in 6-7 different players. That's I think been pretty consistent. I know Big Deal Burgess quite well. The goalie, he loves it down there. Loves it.
And the thing is, for me, that's see if you're Troon and you are second or third in the league. I think that's a great season. I really think that's a great season.
Troon have got great forwards.
And the thing is, you look at, we're touching on defensively, they're pretty solid defensively for me. They've only conceded 3 goals less than shots. But because, like you said, they've got great forwards, they're averaging 2 a game, which puts them in a position where they're able to go and compete at the top of the league, whereas shots aren't. So they're sitting down at the bottom end of the table. On that first division, that's a massive game. As we're saying, Rob Roy won and Meda won, which is both teams. I think both teams will be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
It's a bit of momentum for them and making sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking at this point in time, because there's teams that are, as I say, above them that only managing to win at this moment in time. So if they can keep closing the gap, then good. Thornley would have been a real form team in that league.
Oh, excellent. And
I think they could get into the shake-up. Just if you look at obviously St Rock's getting beat there, Atherley have won. I don't know what the Petershill scores finished.
2-2.
Renfrew and Cohen and Renfrew have won, so there's nobody getting any further away from them. So if Thornley would have won, then they could sneak in there.
And the thing is, they've got, I know it doesn't mean anything until you've played them, but they've got quite a few games in hand, which if you win 2 or 3 of those games in hand, you're right in the mix. But look, we're going to come back after a quick break, and we're going to get into our phone-in section of the show. So if somebody would like to phone in, then that would be absolutely delightful. We'll pass on all the information you need once we're back from the break. We'll be right back after the And welcome back to Saturday Football Live. We're now in the final hour of the show. If you would like to get in touch with us, send us a wee WhatsApp message if you'd like to come on and speak about your game today or anything at all. If you just want to speak to the guys, then you're more than welcome to. You can get us on 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on Instagram and X at SatFootballLive. Or if you would like to jump over to the comments on YouTube, then you're more than welcome to come over and speak to us about anything you want to talk about. We are now a lot of the full-time results coming in. As always, Midtown Sheriff fires some amount of results up for us, so I appreciate that. Thanks for your continued contribution to the show. Kenny Young is telling me to check your YouTube chats for my results. I'm just checking it, Kenny. There is about 400 results coming in. Toby says, bad day at the office for Finart. Journey home now. They'll be definitely disappointed with that. Checking up on some of our other results. That's full time. Hurlford 4, Pollock 0. Kilsyth managed to get that great win. 2-2 with Blantyre and Petershill. We said full time. Ardeer managed to sneak by and get a 4-3 result against Steve, which is a massive result for them. In the Lone League, something I've noticed, you don't get a lot of goals, to be honest, in the Lone League. 0-0 with Albion Rovers and Cowdenbeath at half time. Trinent are 1-0 up against Berwick Rangers. Broxburn are 2-0 up against Linlithgow. Civil Service Stores 1-0 up against Bo'ness. And Cumbernauld Colts 1-0 up against East Kilbride. The Ants get a great result, 3-0 against Yoker. So that's a massive one for Monty there. A really good result for Kilsyth Rangers, beating Larkhall 3-0. Larkhall are a funny team for me. They have so much quality when they're on it, but they are...
Where was that game at?
that was at Larkhall.
I see. We went up there at the start of the season and they put us at the South Challenge, I think. Penalties. They were bang at it in terms of
But they're a good side when they're on it.
everybody else, and I was well impressed with them. But I think their home form was unbelievable for a period of time, and their away form was rotten. I think
Right.
it's flipped.
They've not been at it at all. I've said it quite a few times on the show that when I was at Craigmark last year, they were the best team we played. And I'm talking about we put the Meda, Glencairn, Ashfield at the cup, and we played Larkhall. I think they beat us by a couple of goals, but it was one of those ones where we were fortunate that it wasn't more. They were, like you said, they're quite an aggressive side, young side, aggressive, but can also play football if you want to play football against them. And I thought they were really impressive. But this year's been it's been real hit and miss for them, and it's something that they'll be bitterly disappointed, because I thought for a spell they were looking like they were going to come up, but I think it shows they've played 21 games, won 12, drawn 1, lost 8. So it's too much a mixed bag. And the issue you have is that you've got Lanark, who I think it's probably going to be too much for them to go up, but Lanark are quite a consistent side. Muirkirk getting a draw with Bellshill today, Nielsen drawn with 4th, Whitlets losing in Maryhill. Your top 3 have lost. If you're Larkhall, you're thinking, if we can just string some wins together, a couple of games in hand, you never know. But again, that's them lost. So your Muirkirk and Nielsen have gained ground on Whitlets today. And like you said, Muirkirk, with the games in hand, I'd say they're potentially in the driving seat.
I think Muirkirk are the team to beat in that league. I think they've had a couple of good results in cups. I think they beat Pollock. They were unlucky, well, not unlucky, but a tight scoreline against Auchinleck, I think, in the subsequent round after they beat Pollock. So there'll be no mugs. And Muirkirk it's a nice wee pitch up in the hill in Muirkirk. Not many teams will fancy going there. So
definitely. And they're very much, again, they're a community club, because there's not a great deal else.
We spoke to the manager a couple of weeks ago, and it's pretty much an under-20s team. And these guys are, and they're not there to respect anyone, but they're gaining their own respect. And this will only
look at the consistency. They've played 20 games now, and they've only
lost 2.
They've lost 2 games. Brilliant for you.
I know, and I think sometimes you get you've had the old Alan Hansen comment for years ago, you don't want anything with youth, but you also have that naivety and that ignorance where you just go, well, we're just going to beat them. We're just going to attack them. And
they're not there to show respect to anyone. They respect the club, they respect obviously where they're playing, but they're there to beat them, just get in front of them. So yeah, no, I agree with Chris. I think obviously, and when was the last time we've seen a really strong Muirkirk? For years they've always been seen as
they've never been above the 2nd division. So this is on paper. This is on paper.
The last time Muirkirk were a good team, Auchinleck weren't a good team. That's years ago.
That long ago. I think that the Ross has done a tremendous job there, and it's an interesting day for them, where they'll maybe be really disappointed to drop points against Bellshill, but ultimately that point they've not lost any ground. They've gained ground on Whitlets. They've kept up with Nielsen. It could have been worse today. It definitely could have been worse for them.
So if you can't take 3 points, you make sure you get 1.
Aye, definitely. What other results have we got here? We're looking at, in the 4th division, Port Glasgow getting the draw with Easterhouse, which is a good point to get if you've been 4-2 down with 7 minutes remaining in the game. But they'll be really disappointed. It looks like Knightswood are dropping points today. They dropped points a few weeks ago. The Port have just had a bit of a poor spell since they lost to Knightswood. I think they had 10 wins on the bounce. Then they lost to Knightswood, went back-to-back wins, drew East Kilbride last week, which in my opinion was an absolute shocker, and then drawing with Easterhouse today. Tam must be a bit disappointed with that.
Considering where they were, see, a couple of weeks ago, you thought this was going neck and neck. And since the Knightswood game, and then going and losing a couple, it's now Knightswood to throw away. I don't think Knightswood will throw it away.
Did they get beat today?
No, they drew 1 each. Drew 1 each. So if you're looking at that, both teams are still 6 points apart. Is it there? Are Knightswood going to drop 7 points? Are they going to lose 2 games and draw 1 that will let Port in?
No.
You can't see Port. You can't definitely say Port are going to get those games.
You look at it, if the Port had, and it's all if buts and maybes, but if the Port had showed the form they'd shown before the Knightswood game, they win today and they win the game against East Kilbride last week, they're sitting on 58 points and Knightswood are on 60, and it becomes a completely different ballgame. But now you're still sitting with a 6 point gap.
That's clear daylight between.
Definitely. We're going to go to Darren Henderson of Hurlford after their great win against Pollock today, 4-0. Hendo, that was a tremendous win today, one that he's really needed, particularly with Gartcairn and Shotts not playing. You must be really pleased with the result today.
Oh, delighted. It was been a long time coming. It's been a tough whole season. It's not been enjoyable at times, but listen, it's only one result. We're delighted with it. So obviously we need to pick up as many points as we can at home, mate. But I thought we were very good today. I thought we started the game well, and once Jinkies scored a 25-yard, that's been right to top corner. I thought we were always in control. But I said to the boys, we need to kick on. We need to follow up with more results. As I said, it's not been great this season, and we found ourselves in an area of the league that it's not familiar for us, so it's been tough. But listen, we can enjoy our Saturday night for a wee change, and look forward to St Cadoc's next Saturday.
Hendo, it's Straney. I'm good, pal. I'm pleased for you. I was listening to the scores coming in there, and then I was thinking back to the conversation we had during the week, and you said you were struggling for goals. What was the difference today?
Just listen, I think just getting myself in front really helped. Jinky's, you know what Jinky's like. He's got unbelievable ability, and he's always want to thread that eye and needle pass all the time. And I said to him before the game, if it opens up for you, have a hit and walk the goalie, and he's fired one right in the top corner. What a goal it was, to be fair. And it kind of settled my nerves a wee bit, and then it was even for a wee bit. But the second goal was massive. Second was a huge goal for us, and then Shane, what it's like. The third one's even more important. So we just didn't want Pollock and want to come back in and put us under a wee bit of pressure. And once we got the third, listen, mate, it's the first all season that we've actually enjoyed. As a coaching staff, enjoyed the last 10 minutes, because you're up 3-0 and you're like, we can see the winning line here today. But it's been tough. It's I'm not going to lie, it's been a tough whole season, mate.
Aye, well done.
As I touched on, Shotts and Gartcairn not playing today. Benburb losing as well. It's been and Darvel losing as well. It's been about as good a day as you really could have hoped for. What do you think was different today? I understand your form's been a bit better late, but what do you think was different today to go and win so comprehensively?
I don't know. I think the first goals gave us a huge lift, and as I said, it was even for a wee while after that, and getting the second goal, just gave them it's a wee bit difficult. Some of the boys are just, good players, but just low in confidence because we've not won enough games this year. We've not scored enough goals. We've had some bad results, and I think hopefully the day, as you said, the results have went for us. But I said to him before the game, we've got 9 games left, guys. We don't need to really worry about it. We just need to look after ourselves. We need to get as many points on the board as we can. Of course, we're looking at Gartcairn and Benburb and Darvel's and Shotts' results. And even midweek, Benburb losing, Shotts and Darvel drawing was in our favour. So what I said to the boys today before the game was, listen, we need to do ourselves a favour and go and try and get 3 points. And over the years at home, on a going day, it's a tough place to come. A lot of teams don't like coming here, and this pitch sits in a bit of a slope, and it's straight. Will tell you that it's no easy. And again, I hope we just get a wee bit of confidence, because we've got some good players out there, and just been a wee bit shy of confidence lately, and hopefully that will give them a wee lift.
Aye, Hendo Demps must have done his job during the week, going scouting. I seen him at the game, so he deserves a wee pint.
Told him, I said, don't come to training Tuesday, find a game to go and watch.
Look, Hendo, congratulations on your excellent win today, mate. And like you said, you can finally go and enjoy your weekend, so have a good one, mate.
Great, thanks for your time, guys. Cheers.
Oh, got him off there. That's a massive result for them. And do I was, as a young player, Hendo, I get asked to go down to Dalry when he was playing there at the end of his career. And I remember not really knowing anybody, maybe only about 19 or something. and he actually took me aside at training. He'll probably not even remember this. Took me aside, spoke to me, and it was one of the ones where it was like really nice being a young boy to have somebody of that experience just make you feel at ease. And I'm really, really, despite being disappointed for Dak, I'm really pleased for them to go and get a win today.
That's a massive result. To be fair, looking at the game prior to it, looking at the game before it was on, I was probably edging for a draw, but 4-0 is a massive, and that's just going to give Purple a massive confidence as well. And it does drag Paul back into the
Right, I think again we've touched on like Max's situation. It's no, they're suffering for probably feeling a wee bit down in the dumps about how the season's probably went for them. They're not scoring goals at this moment in time, and you can see one like during the week there was absolutely nothing between them and St Cadoc's. I thought they had I heard them actually say they get beat in Saturday, and then they wanted the reaction for the players, and I think he got that during the week. You know, they were in St Cadoc's faces. If they took one of their chances, the game could have went for them. But when you're not scoring goals, you're hoping that you score first, and then when you don't score first, you feel as if the weight of the world's on your shoulders. So Paul can be feeling great about themselves, but they've got good enough players there to,
they'll see it through. Yeah.
We're going to go to Clydebank manager Gordon Moffat to see how he feels after their win today against Beith. 3-1 win it was for them.
Hello.
Moff, how you doing, mate? Massive result again for you today. That's 22 games, 18 wins, 4 draws. A place that I actually found out earlier today, I don't know if you know this, but a place that Clydebank had not won for 13 years. So you must be pleased with how it went today.
I was sitting aware of that. So got reminded of this week. I think somebody said I was in the team the last time we won here, so tells you how long ago that was. Listen, it was another big win for us. Really good opponent indeed. Obviously, they're double league winning champions for a reason, and showed that in spells today. But I thought they're worth the win.
Second half, you have managed to come out and show a wee bit more in terms of getting a couple of goals in and stuff. What message are you giving to the players to continue their tremendous run of form after another good win during the week against Troon, when you're now at the stage where you're 8 games left, you are 9 points clear at the top of the league, having only dropped 8 points all season? What kind of message are you giving the players?
I think the message is pretty simple. To be honest, we're speaking about keeping it going because we've not achieved anything. I know there's a lot of discussion about that, and people want to say we have, but that's generally where we're at the minute. The guys are, and they're keen to do that themselves. I think I would say Paul would be saying anything. When I listen to them in training, I listen to them pre-match, they're keen to keep their foot on the gas and get as many points as we can. So we'll continue to keep doing that, because I know I said that I think against Troon to our guys after the game, that we're playing against good teams every single game now, and we've got Talbot coming on Tuesday. It just doesn't stop in terms of the quality of playing against. So the minute we drop our levels is when you start to drop points, and credit to the guys, because they've not done that lately.
Moff Straney here. Congratulations on the win today. Just looking at the league now, and I know you guys will not think this, but it's going to be very, very difficult for teams to catch you. Does the old unbeaten season come into play at any point in your head? Are you starting to think about that? Because, and I know you'll probably give the diplomatic answer, but I don't, if I'm right in saying this, I don't think anybody's ever been through a season in the West and no lost a game.
No, I don't think so, Straney. I know obviously we've played at this level as have I, and I can't ever remember anybody doing it. If I'm honest, of course it's come into my mind, but if I'm honest, it's definitely not my priority. Priority is to try and keep winning some games. Soon as you know, there's nobody better than you sitting there in terms of what needs to be done. So we're looking to try and do what you guys probably did over the last couple of years and sort of keep our foot in the gas.
Take them off one at a time.
Look, Moff, I'll let you go and enjoy your weekend. Thanks for coming on, and congratulations on another great win for you, mate.
The best. Cheers.
See you later, mate. I think that's probably the least diplomatic answer Moff's ever gave, but how diplomatic Moff always is.
What's the easiest one to say? Just strange thing, get through the whole season undefeated. And what's he said? We'll just want to win each game. Obviously, if you win each game,
you win.
You win.
And it's
21 games in, it's a great feat. I've had my ding-dongs with Clydebank over the last couple of years in terms of games, and you always get a good game against them, but the standards that they're setting, the ability to maintain the standards, just when the motivation levels maybe start to dip because, they are almost home and hosed, from a perspective. So it's credit to the players, as Moff was just alluded to there, that they keep driving and keep striving to keep those standards up. Even look at Celtic versus Rangers last week. I think, Celtic let their standards drop and Rangers, capitalising that. That's what Moff's trying to guard against there, and they're certainly doing that.
And it's a team that's, again, like we're saying, it's not a flash in the pan. It's been a team that's been consistently built upon. Clydebank committee have obviously invested in Moff. Moff's invested in his players. He's got a right strong spine right through there. Ability, experience.
One of the things that will come into play now is obviously this league reconstruction, and that then has a spin on what Clydebank have done, but it'll take none away from their play. They can only, control what they can control, and they're doing that. What Moff will be looking at now is, if they can continue this momentum now going up into the next season, then it gives them an opportunity to get back to league football, which is what the people of Clydebank are striving for. That's what they would love. But the old mantra, taking them off one game at a time, he's certainly doing that.
I tell you what, we're going to speak about this. I'm going to try and see if I can go to John Gibson at Rob Roy in a minute. But we're going to speak about this now that you are not a manager and you've been in Moff's position twice and been successful twice. See that stuff, that 100% plays in your mind. Moff's got to be sitting there going, I've got to be the first manager, because I know him well. He will know there's a possibility that the wheels could come off, anything could happen and it could fall apart and then they don't win the league. Barring a catastrophe, it won't happen, and he knows the league's pretty much done if that doesn't happen. But there's no way in his head he's not going, look, I could be the first manager ever to go and get an unbeaten season in the West Scotland Premier League.
Managers are egotistical, really. I'm telling you, but Moff hasn't thought about that. Then, well, you said he did. The bit that becomes hard to do is everybody knows now that they're thinking about it, and everybody will want to maybe beat them.
They want that skill,
but they're in a position where they're entitled to think about it.
Mm-hmm. They've earned it.
Absolutely, 17 wins, 18 wins, and 4 draws. Fantastic.
I know, unbelievable.
They've only lost 12 goals the whole season.
It's 13 now. 13 now. Aye. We're going to go and see if we can speak to John Gibson at Rob Roy after their 1-1 draw or with Armero. Gibby, how you doing? 1-1 today. How do you feel after that result?
Listen, to say we're disappointed, I'm a wee bit disappointed we never took 3 points, but listen, they've no gained on us. They're probably quite in the end quite happy with a point, so we're going to settle for a point, Paul. We had a wee couple of chances in the second half because I thought we were probably the better team in the second half, whereas Aberdeen Meadow were probably the better team the first half after the first 10-15 minutes. So listen, we're fit to settle for a point. We'll move on to probably next week. As long as it was a bit, I think for Blythes it's really important for Blythes not to lose it. So many of us have lost it, which is probably the most positive thing you can take for us.
It's actually what we were talking about in the studio. Myself, I've got Des Roach and Chris Strainer with me, and the three of us were on agreement that a draw really isn't the worst result in the world for both sets of teams, particularly when you get teams above you who you've got games in hand and you can try and go and shut that gap down on them.
Yeah, that's it. What's the worst? Well, you probably find in the last 5-10 minutes, both managers are saying we'll settle for the point. And that's probably how it's happened today. As I wanted to say before, I thought maybe the second half, I thought we dominated the second half and had a few good chances and just never took them. But listen, that's sometimes what happens in games like that. They're tight games in, nobody wants to really lose it. So in the end, you're right, probably a point really is a good one for Blythes.
Gibby, it's Straney here. You move up a place in the league today just because of that point. I think you jump above Maybole. You've got a couple of games in hand to be able to Clyde above you. Just with the momentum that you've built up with a few players coming in and the younger players maybe getting to grips with the expectations down there, do you feel that the momentum's on the right side for you in the run-in now?
Definitely. We've brought a few people in there straight in the last couple of weeks, maybe month. We've brought a few people in. We're starting to, as you say, the young players, as you see a wee bit of demands, it's probably my demands that's probably held them back a wee bit. You know what I'm like, you know what I mean? So it's probably taken a wee bit like you used to my demands. But listen, they'll start to pick it, and the mental is with us with a good result last week. I mean, that's 4 now undefeated, 2 wins and 2 draws, so we'll take that. So we will. And the most important thing was a couple of weeks ago when we went down to Airdrie Meadow and beat them. That gave us that wee bit of platform to build on. So that was a good thing. But yeah, listen, we've got good momentum. Listen, there's 9 games left. Says that to Jamie. They've got 10, so there's plenty of time to get into that group and get ourselves up.
Definitely, it's good. We'll let you go and enjoy your weekend, but well done today, picking up another point, 8 out of the last 12 on offer, so it's not been a bad return for you. But thanks for coming on, Gibby, and have a good weekend.
Not a problem. Thanks very much, Paul. And Straney and Des, nice speaking to you, pal.
Cheers, John.
See you later. I think that draws actually a good result for both teams.
Did you get a coupon up today?
Do you know, we'll look at it. We always go right at the end of the show. I don't want to look at it. I know that I never got the Mary Hill result right.
Bride, by the way.
I never got the Mary Hill result, so
I'll need to text you in midweek.
Aye.
Yeah, put them together.
Because I tell you what, that was a good bit of teamwork as well, to be honest with you.
I like gambling because they're not involved.
No.
That's true. I mean, not that you would ever do it when you were involved. Definitely not.
Cam wasn't my game.
No, never.
But I think that Mabel are now looking more in trouble than they were beforehand.
I think I alluded to that. I feel sorry for George that he's come into that. It's just been turmoil. Listen, if they can get a couple of wins, it still keeps the, as we say, the bottom 2 are away. They need to keep in touch with Vale of Clyde. And
I still think Vale of Clyde for me. Vale of Clyde's winning more games.
Kilburney's just out it, in my opinion, because of the games that they've got in hand. You expect them to win a proportion of their games.
But it's funny though, I mean, Kilburney are only a point ahead of
Vale of Clyde.
Rob Roy.
Right.
I mean, they're 3 points, sorry, my mistake. 3 points?
They're 1 point ahead of Vale of Clyde, but they've got 4 games in hand.
I think Kilburney have got enough about them just to keep themselves with it. But Mabel, again, as we touched on with Benburb, they're just trending in the right direction at an important time in the season. So probably need a wee win just to reverse that trend. But George has had no resources at Lugar and wherever else. A good manager, a good young boy, and I think George will get a result and at least make a fist at there.
Definitely. We're going to go to Jordan Orr at Cumnock and see how that one's finished. That was 1-0 to Cumnock against St Cadoc's.
PG, how we doing?
Jordan, you've managed to hold off 1-0. How tight was the second half with being goalless?
It was tight. Clydebank felt the pressure on. As I say, a top team. Obviously, Fez did a great job there as well, and they've kind of continued that with the same players. Obviously, they put us under a bit of pressure, but to be fair, they come up. I think Swifty's got to be dead proud of the boys because we were really resolute, really disciplined, and we had to put our bodies in the line at times, and they did that. So a massive 3 points. So it is, and obviously with other results today as well, which obviously that's a big one, especially with Huddle kind of on our tail to tickles as well. So it's a good result in the end, mate.
Well, that's what we're talking about in the studio. Other than Hurlford, Benburb lost, Shotts and Gartkin not playing, Darvel losing. You've lost absolutely no ground on anybody below. You've actually closed the gap on Pollock and Glenafton after their results. So overall, it's been a really good day for Cumnock.
Definitely, mate. Definitely. As I say, we'll get Darvel next Saturday now, so obviously need to go down there. They'll obviously be fighting for their lives as well, so they're going to be right up for it. I'm sorry for the noise. I've managed to get out to Beechwood here for the extra time, so I've maybe there's no updates in this game either for you. But no, listen, big game next week. We need to go and attack it properly as well, and hopefully pick up another big 3 points, and try and finish the season off as strongly as we possibly can.
Look, mate, I'll let you go and enjoy that game. I'm sure that a Hallabeath win would be what you'd be looking for. But us in the studio, we'd like to see the Talbot win. But look, mate, thanks for the update and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Just want to say as well, want to wish Training all the best. If he finds a new team, I've always been dead impressed with Training. I know a few boys that I had previously as well at Beath. So just want to wish him all the very best when he decides to step back in.
Cheers, Jordan. Thanks.
Right, Jordan, thanks a lot, mate. Take care. See you later. Bye. That is vitally important for them today, and I wonder how it's going to go down at Beechwood. Talbot, it's amazing how it almost seems at times, and you know, it's like when you were playing against them and stuff, when they were at the height, maybe 10, 15 years ago, it almost didn't matter how many games they played. It just, that is true. Actually, you'll not even remember having played against me, right? Because I was just a young boy. I remember in a game at Meadow Park. No, nothing terrible. I remember in a game at Meadow Park. You actually beat us late on. I think it was my fault. I think I let Milky go at the back post and he scored. But I either played kind of further up the park or out wide at that time. And for some reason, I hadn't been playing. I was going to be leaving. I was leaving like a week later to go back to Maryhill. It was already agreed. For some reason, Faz decided to play me. And the only instruction I got was every time you get the ball was to kick you. And literally, every time you get the ball, I kicked you. And I remember you throwing an elbow at me one of the times. And I thought I did quite well to manage you that day. Just a young boy who ran about kicking you all day. And I think you must have been raging me. But needless to say, you don't remember that. But he did still beat us 2-1 that day. So it was...
I used to go into a game every time we made it. And even before, I think I probably used to say in the tunnel, say, right, we'll just go out for the next 90 minutes, then we'll be all right.
I can remember Des refereeing me. Well, Des is actually a good man about him in terms of...
He says that. Don't remember you playing, no, Paul.
No, that's not true.
No, that is true. But it's all right.
Like, referees is something we've not touched on in the show, and it's not... There's good referees, there's bad referees. It's the same as players. One thing that I'd like to see at this kind of juncture in time is probably a bit of feedback and development for the referees through the players and the management. You're not always going to get honest feedback because referees will maybe make a controversial decision and managers blame referees. Like, that's how it is. But probably the biggest barrier to referees progressing is how they manage people. And you've alluded to it as you manage people at your work. Like sometimes young boys coming through, and it is a development stage for a referee to referee.
Well,
probably
I'll tell you what, we're going to go to a break. We've got 2 more interviews to do. Keep that on ice, and we'll talk about that before the end of the show. So remember, if you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396717412, or you can get us on X and Instagram at SatFootball Live. Des is just saying that's Junior. I told him, I texted him before this, and this was hotter than hell in here. Honestly, it's absolutely roasting in the studio. But look, stay with us. We've only got 28 minutes left of the show. We'll be right back after the break. And welcome back to the last 26 minutes of Saturday Football Live. Thanks for joining us as always. We really appreciate it. If you want to get us on WhatsApp, if you want to give us a call, because I'm at the stage now where I'm not even going to pretend. Somebody phone us, right? It's getting ridiculous that we've not had anybody phone us since the very first show, which was, I can't remember, it was ages ago. So somebody get in touch with us. If you want to speak about the game, just give us a wee WhatsApp, 073 967174112, 073 967174112, and we can get a wee chat, or you can get us on the comments on YouTube. Craig Gordon has just sent us in Tynecastle 0, Dunbar United 1. Thank you very much for that. Midtown Sheriff with every update we can get. So I appreciate that. Midtown Sheriff is at Kintyre Park today. So there we go. We're going to give Michael Pender a phone, Knightswood manager, after their result today. 1-1. It's turned out not to be the worst result in the world for them. Michael, hi Michael, how you doing? 1-1 today, mate. It's turned out not to be the worst result considering Port Glasgow dropping points as well.
Well, status quo, to be fair. Everything's as one game less, so not too fussed about it, to be fair. The boys played really well today. Didn't get the result. We've got to be a last minute winner last week. This week just didn't get that fortune. But we played well. We had a good game. We controlled the game. We played by far the better football, followed all the football, and it just didn't go for us today. Really unfortunate with the goal we lost. I don't think we won. I don't think we won the ref would want to see the real club because centre forwards actually had a hold their keeper's arm behind his back. He's only been able to go for the ball with one hand. And he bundled them into the net and the ref gave it. But that's what happens some days, isn't it? You just don't get them. But listen, I can't fault the boys. They played really well. No, maybe the only kind of criticism is not taking enough chances. We're not taking our chances. Just we're playing well enough to be winning games more comfortably than what we are, Paul. So that's probably the only criticism.
Do you feel that now you are at the stage of the season where it is properly the business end, yourselves and Port Glasgow, who for a while, other than playing each other, looked like you could not drop points. Now you've both dropped points in the last few games. Do you feel there's maybe a pressure coming, particularly because you've got like the likes of Kello and Easterhouse who get the draw with Port Glasgow? They have to get results now, whereas yourselves and Port Glasgow, promotion is done. You're going up. I know you'll not have me saying this, but you're going to go up, and it's getting so tight for you that the other teams need to get points against you.
I think there's a bit of that for definite, Paul. As you say, it's a business end of the season. Yeah, everybody's got something to play for. So what we kind of felt was, we won't kill it last week. We're out of the promotion hunt. They're playing one of the teams that's in it, and so that was their kind of motivation to try and take points off us. I think this week what you're finding as well is after the first round of fixtures, Paul, a lot of teams at the beginning of the season, teams would have came to NK and opened up against us. They would have been a bit more of an expansive game. It's a tight pitch, but probably doesn't suit us as much. We prefer a kind of more open pitch. Teams are coming in like Kello today. It's a really low block. Every time the ball goes to Dunny and goals, it's coming down with snow in it, 100 yards up the park. The throw-ins are 40-yard throw-ins, so it's not much fun. You're probably spending half the game watching the ball in the air or at the park. So, but I think the low block, it's up to us to try and beat that. Paul got to try and play through it, but I think there's a bit of both. Listen, everybody's wanting to win and there's a wee bit of nerve. I think it's also teams not sitting in against you now and not want to actually come and play.
You're now at a stage where minimum 3 wins gets you promoted. So you've got St Peters, Rossvale and BSC. Rossvale on paper being the trickiest result there, but minimum three wins gets you promotion. How are you feeling about that?
Delighted, Paul. To be fair, that was the aim at the start of the season. Was if we could come in, build a decent team together, and go for promotion. That was everything that we wanted, and we say that to the boys repeatedly. In June, Paul, we started with nothing. It's a brand new squad, which puts you a slight disadvantage to maybe a team like the Port who've come in a lot more. They probably kept the core of their squad for last season. Boys have done brilliant. We're achieving what we're aiming. We've led the pack kind of for the full journey. We want to get this promotion, definitely, and then at that point, once we get promotion, job's done, and then we can go and see if we can be good enough to get it across the line and win it, which would be fantastic. But I think all it shows you with the Port drop points as well is the boys are human, and it's difficult at this time of the season. So again, really young squad, learning a lot from it. So I think I'd be overly critical to be anything other than really happy, Paul.
No, definitely not. Look, mate, you're so close to being there in your first season. But we'll let you enjoy your weekend, and thanks for coming on again, mate.
Oh, listen, all the best. Have a good one.
Cheers, mate. Right, we are going to see where we can go now. We'll get a couple calls and then we're going to finish on your conversation about referees, because I know you're chomping at a bit for it, to be honest with you. We're going to see if we can go to, after a really good win, go to Josh Gardner, 2-1 against to win against West Park in the derby. But they're probably the team for me in the fourth division who have benefited the most. Top four teams are drawn with each other. Now, Ross Vale have gone from, and I won't lie, I'd have said 3 or 4 weeks ago, no chance. They are now in a position where they're 2 points off a promotion, still got Kello twice to play, and they've got two games in hand on Easterhouse. It's very, very tight for that final promotion spot in the third division. But we'll see if we can get Josh on the phone just now.
Hello.
Josh, 2-1 winners today in the Bishop Briggs derby, and the 4 teams above you all dropping points. You must be pretty pleased with it.
Aye, we have, mate. We're really buzzing with that. I did have a feeling today that the round of fixtures today, you could have seen quite a lot of drop points, and I didn't want it to be us, to be honest with you. So we had to take care of business, but we actually didn't start the game well. We went 1-0 down. Kind of early, and we rallied through, but I wasn't actually pleased with our first half performance, to be honest. And we scored a really good goal through Kev, and then
Well, it looks like we've lost Josh. Nah, he's gone. Jordan, obviously with his Cumnock hat down at Beechwood, has just told us that the game's going to penalties, so we'll see how that plays out.
It's amazing how many games Auchinleck actually play every year.
I know, it's ridiculous. Actually, we've got a wee list left, so we've got 2 left to get. I think we're going to go to Jimmy Quigley and hear about their excellent result against Colwynnon. They've beat Colwynnon 3-1 today, which I think was a wee bit of surprise, obviously based on your predictions, to be honest.
A great surprise.
Jimmy, 3-1 for you guys today. Keeping a real bit of pressure on Colwynnon at the top of the league. You must be absolutely delighted with your performance today.
Yeah, it was a great performance against a really, really good team. I think Colwynnon are favourites for this league now, in my opinion, with the squad of players they've got. So delighted with the performance the boys did, and I think they thoroughly deserved the 3 points today as well.
You've got 6 games remaining. You have got a couple of, most of the teams behind you are like a game or 2 behind. You've got a small cushion ahead of Glencairn, that 2 points there. What are you telling the players going into your remaining 6 games? Because you've obviously got Atherley breathing down your neck, you've got Glencairn, you've got Petershill who are obviously looking for that spot, and Colwynnon still wanting to keep the top spot.
So the message to the players is that games in hand, we're just trying to take the game in hand that they've got against us off them. That was the message of the day. So they've got games in hand, just go and take the 3 points off them and try and win as many points as possible, and we'll just look forward to each game. It's going to be tight, everybody's still to play each other, but we can only concentrate on ourselves. You can't look at league tables or get distracted with that. So we'll enjoy tonight's win, dust ourselves down and go again on Monday.
To be honest, it's quite a run-in you've got. You've got Ashfield, who, for me, I know you won't say it, but for me on paper, it's a game that you should be looking to win. But then your remaining games after that, you've got Atherley, you've got Glencairn, you've got Maple, who are going to be fighting for life, Vale Clyde fighting for the life, and you got Petershill, who potentially could still be in there with you for the promotion hunt. So it's a really difficult run-in you've got.
Yeah, definitely. But again, we kind of rise to the occasion when we play the so-called better teams in the league. The issues we've had this season have been teams in the bottom half of the table rather than the top half of the table. So we've competed well, and we've shown today that we're a match for anybody when we're on our game. It was a real managed the game well, great performance today again, as I said, against a really good side. So the Athlete Glencairn games, I think Petershill games will kind of take care of themselves, but we're not even looking that far. It's Ashfield next week. We'll just reset again on Monday and try and go and get 3 points next week.
No worries. Look, Jimmy, thanks very much for coming on, and congratulations again today.
Top man, cheers, please.
That is a massive one. Well, just had a message in there. Talbot have won 4-2 in penalties, so that is
another game
added
on for them.
2 finals for them, well done. Again, I think they won last week in penalties against Otherwood, so they must be decent at the PKs.
Aye, they're definitely turning up on the penalties. We're going to go to our final call of the day. We'll go for Mark Young, the Maryhill manager. I'll be pleased to speak to you two. That's if he chooses to answer the phone, even though I've already told him to answer the phone.
Hello.
Mark, how are you, mate? That's a tremendous result for you, 4-1 against Whitlets. I won't lie, we do our PG versus the pundits before the game. You're playing top of the league. I had you for a draw but Des Des and Straney both had you for the win. You must be absolutely delighted with that. They did indeed.
All right. Well, look. Thanks for the confidence. I'm happy that I backed you up there. I didn't think I would get that. Look, obviously joking with you during the week there, and I said that we had a game plan and stuff like that, which is not often like us. Normally, we just have our own game plan and we just take it to the teams. And as you can see, no panned out too great for us this year. A wee slight change that we made was, they've got the cannon. Big Fraz can launch the ball for his own half into your 18-yard box. So we just try to free that space up and keep a good amount of boys further up the park. And in fairness, the space that Jack, the keeper, was able to just come and collect everything, mate. So, and we scored at good times. What was great was they went 1-0 down and we bounced back and came and taken it. So played some great football and hurt them. Can't say much. I'm absolutely delighted with the win, but also frustrated because it shows you what we're capable of. And as I said to you as well earlier before the game, that we've just underachieved. So just reset that with the boys. But it's a good confidence lift for us for last week and that. And then again, you hurt for the 2 games that we lost earlier. And otherwise, that would have been a great back end of the season. So, aye, happy, mate. Absolutely delighted.
We've spoken about it quite a few times where you had this spell a few months ago when I think it was 12 games you went without a win, and there was a few games you were taking the lead and then you were surrendering the lead very late on in games. What's the big change in the mentality for the boys? Because in my opinion, that is a mentality thing. What's the big change that now you are able just to go a goal behind against the league leaders who have won 8 in the bounds and you comfortably go and win 4-1?
I get what you mean, the mentality. What I'd also say is the squad's not been the same. So there's no many games that we've been able to put the same starting 11 in. And I think Gaffer will tell you that the consistency of team selection is so important. We've been very light at the first half of this year at centre half, and I think that's shown. They've leaked a lot of goals, and we're missing a wee bit of experience in there. We sorted that out of it the back end of November, Christmas period, and I think that now shows that, well, we're in the likes of the day. We've got Sean Roberts, Big Dempsey, my 2 centre halves were outstanding the day. Go and compete with their aerial physicality was great, and we're not letting in cheap goals. I say that, look, we've done it against four and 1/2 is not acceptable in the standard that we do it. But for me, that's a slip, which again you get at this level. So it was one of the things to just try and reset them and remind them that what we've got in that quality. Well, I'll be honest, the back end of the Christmas, a couple of results that we got were a wee bit lucky as well. We probably hadn't been playing. We've been playing better football and getting beat. We got just a couple of decisions, some early red cards, I think, against Bells Hill and then one against Les Mexico that allowed us to go and take the games and go back to back with wins. And that's as you can see, that's all it takes is to put a wee run together and you can climb right up. It does then start you thinking about it, but we reset standards as well. Sorry to go back to that point in December. Like, we're talking fines. We never done fines for a wee bit, mainly because my captain slept with our captain, so couldn't be bothered getting the fines in and stuff like that. So and the boys were greeting about it. But we reset that back, went back to basics, core fitness, and you go a lot of running. We became the Harriers for a while, and I think that then showed in games. Les Mexico game where we go nick 2 in the last 3, 4, 5 minutes, and that was fitness levels. So I'd say that they're a wee bit of a change. We were probably a wee bit too lax in standards the first half, and then we gave them all a wee bit of doing. Too many Rangers fans, mate, want to go to European games.
That's a big issue. I think that any manager that can make Logan Dempsey a good centre half is quite impressive, because I had him for when he was about 12-year-old. So well done on that. But look, Mark, congratulations on your win today, mate, and enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, and well done to the other 2 pundits for having the faith.
Never in doubt, Mark. Never in doubt.
Take care, mate. See you later. We are going to last call. I'm going to go back to Josh. He's now saying that his phone's better, so we're going to go back to Josh and see if we can just get a quick wee minute with him, and then we'll talk about referees. going to fight with him if he doesn't answer.
Hello?
Josh, we were just saying the teams above you dropped points today. You guys getting the win, you've really, really pulled yourself right back into the mix. I mean, you're now in a position where promotion is pretty much completely in your own hands.
Aye, definitely, and I think that's what we can ask for, to be honest, is that it's in our own hands. And I think, obviously, if you look at the start of the month, I think we were 8 points off it. I'm sure it was 8 points off the promotion spots, and now we've managed, over the last few weeks, we've managed to win our games whilst everybody's been slitting up and brought ourselves right back in it. So we need to keep going. We need to just be like a wee bit in the cover and go again and try and win the next week and try to keep that winning train going. But it was a right good win today, to be honest.
It definitely is. You've got a couple of tough games coming up. You've got Knightswood in a couple of weeks. But before that, I'm trying to fill time here until I can find the result of the game. But before that, you've got Giffnock next week, which on paper you should win, but it's going to be a tricky one.
Aye, Giffnock are a good side, and they've really improved under John as well since he's went in. But again, West Park are a good side as well, and they've run the top teams close as well. So we've over the last sort of 3 weeks, we've shown a really good side to our game in different side stages as well. Like, I was really pleased with the second half performance because we get loads of plaudits, as you know, about the style of playing, how we play, and how we're good on the eye and stuff. But we certainly weren't good on the eye in the second half today, but we defended brilliantly. And we probably should have been more comfortable with the opportunities we had on the counter-attack whilst we were sitting in. And we had to rely on our goalkeeper today as well because he put off 2 key saves, but saved a penalty, albeit it wasn't a good penalty, but he saved it. And they made a cracking save towards the end. But again, then we should have put it out of sight. So I'm really pleased with the day, and we just need to keep going again. We just need to turn our focus to next Saturday now and see what the squad's looking like as well.
Well, mate, congratulations, and I will catch up with you soon.
Excellent, top man. See you later, lads. Have a good weekend.
Cheers, mate. Right, so we now, it's just been put on, somebody commented, Craig Gordon commented on, not that Craig Gordon, commented on the South Challenge Cup final, Talbot and East Kilbride. That's going to be quite an interesting one. I mean, it's 6th of April at Broadwood. It's going to be quite a game. What do you think about it? Where would you go? See if you had to guess, if you had to give a prediction right now, Australia, who would you go with?
East Kilbride.
East Kilbride, fair enough, very quick. Des?
Yeah, I've watched both teams this year. I would expect East Kilbride to win that one.
Do you think the park would play a factor in it, the size of the park?
It does. Does it factors into their possession-based style of play? It'll be a heat of summer probably when it goes on. Big Glide Park, Broadwood, heated, hot heat after the AstroTurf. I just think that the elements favour East Kilbride. But listen, if anybody can upset the odds, so can I. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And again, their type of football is probably a contrast to to East Kilbride's, which we say styles make fights, so that'll make a good game.
Definitely. East Kilbride have got an equaliser against Cumbernauld, so it's looking good for you guys, to be honest with you. Berwick Rangers have pulled a goal back. They are now 2-1 down to Bo'ness, which for the implications as it stands right now in the Lowland League, Cumbernauld could be extending the lead by an extra point against Berwick, which could be massively important as the season comes. Still 1-0 to Civil Service Strollers. In the Cup, we have, Cumbernauld have beaten Mabel 1-0 today. In the Cup, we have Cali Braves getting a bit of down to Mid Annandale. They are, I think, they're 6 or 7 up just now. So it's quite interesting. Right, so we've got 7 minutes left of the show. Referees, I will let the two of you have your go. Straney, where were you going before?
Where I was going was in terms of their development. They develop at their level. So a lot of the times you're getting referees that are maybe no experience, but they're on the pathway to getting promotion or category A. One of the things for me that I think they could benefit is from a coaching perspective. I think they just get assessed and then training. Des will be able to allude to how they get coached a wee bit better than I will in terms of sitting down video analysis and what else. But one of the things I would like to help the referees, and from my perspective, is looking at feedback from the teams, whether it be the captain, because it's captain supposed to speak to referees now, or indeed the managers, how they've conducted themselves. And a lot of the times it might be conflicting information, but what it does is it allows the assessor to see where maybe they've got an issue in terms of their manner or what they can do better in terms of how they communicate with people, and that is only developed through feedback. One of the things that bugs me endlessly about refereeing, not referees, is at the start of every season we get directives in terms of what they're going to clamp down on this year. At the start of the season it was time wasting. I get sent off at Atherley for punching the ball at Atherley when the ball came off the park, and I just punched it because I was frustrated the goalkeeper had kicked it out of play for the umpteenth time and punched the ball. The referee sent me straight off. I watched a game about 3 weeks previous, and it was in the League Cup when Brendan Rodgers fell on his backside and kicked the ball away. And the referee said to me, sorry, it's an automatic red card for delaying the restart of the game. Now, I wasn't delaying the restart of the game, but it's interpretation of the rules, and where I feel development referees, when they're getting assessed, and you spoke about it earlier, Des, off air, about the personality aspect, when they're getting assessed, they tend to become what is expected on them for the assessor, as opposed to allowing their personality to referee the game.
So I'm going to play the middleman here, right? I won't give personal opinion, well, I probably will, but I'll play devil's advocate a wee touch. Now, you say make it conflicting. Do you think that you can get a fair reflection from, say, a bad decision goes against your team at the referee, or what you perceive to be a bad decision? Do you think that you'll be able to give a completely or as much of an unbiased, objective feedback as you possibly can?
I think the referee got it wrong in that instance, but taking away from that, his manner was X and Y. If you've got a conflict, like one happened at the end of the season, the start of the season was against Drumchapel. Boys scored for an offside position, and the linesman should have gave it. Now, it's not the referee's fault, that one, because he can only go by his assistant. But what happened was our goalkeeper was out of goals, but we had a player on the line, and the player was beyond the goalkeeper.
So he's off, yeah.
So he's offside. So the referee the linesman had just looked and seen a player on the line and went, goal's good. I've known instantly the goal is out where he's headed the ball. The game stopped. Drumchapel won the game 1-0. See the referee after the game? Couldn't have been any more objective about what happened. Linesman gave the goal. I'm not in a position to overrule. If we're wrong, I can't do anything about it, but apologies about that. I think that's good management in a bad situation.
So, Des, we've only got a couple of minutes. What would be your referee head view on it? I know that you're out of the game now, but with a referee's head, what would your reply be to this?
So I think there's a couple of facets that we can look into it. I think I was always quite happy to talk to players and talk to managers during games. Chris will
absolutely.
that. I was never one for calling a player Mr. Strain or number 7 or whatever. I would use their name. If you knew their name, then you just try and build that bit of relationship. I gave the worst decision in my junior career was the year that Beith won the league, and I think it was the only game they went, the only game they get beat that year. It was down at Auchinleck. Johnny Miller was the manager. I gave a penalty, and in my view, it was a penalty. I thought it was a penalty. Derek McCulloch, I sent Derek McCulloch off. Auchinleck scored the penalty. They won it. I watched the game literally a couple of hours later. Graham Mort used to play with Beith.
Morty.
Mm-hmm. He'd sent me a clip. He sent me a clip and says, "Oh, you need to look at this." He was playing some bad man. And I looked at it and I seen it and I did it wrong. The next time I seen Johnny Miller, I went up and I spoke to him and said, "Johnny, I get that entirely wrong. There's no point in hiding it. Referees make mistakes, players make mistakes. So I don't think that the time for a manager and a referee speaks probably within the first 15-20 minutes after the game. That's not going to happen. I know I get sent off when I was at Meadow. I get sent off at Auchinleck for an alleged comment that I made, which was ridiculous. And I knew that I couldn't be calm at that point. But I do think there is a time that, and I think it'd be quite good in the juniors. And it's all the juniors. Yeah, let's have a forum maybe at Christmas time. Let's bring managers into a room. Let's bring a select group. Where it gets personal is difficult. That's absolutely, and that's it. You can have a professional difference of opinion. That's entirely different from a personal opinion. More than happy, referees will get it wrong, managers will get it wrong, players get it wrong. It's a game. The ones who get to the top in management, the ones who get to the top in playing, the ones who get to the top in referee are the ones that
exactly. Look, my apologies. I wish we'd actually had this earlier. On me, that one, where I think it would have been a good chat, but just due to time, we're going to have to go. East Kilbride and Cumbernauld Colts, the game is finished 1-1, so we're both wrong there. Johnson Borough 2-1, so we're right there. We're both wrong with Cowan and Renfrew, with Renfrew getting the win. We both get the draw right. With Maryhill and Whitletts, you guys got it right. I got it wrong. Glenvale won, so we got that right, and Rossvale won. So you guys win 5-4. So another defeat for me. I'm absolutely sick of it. But look, everybody, we're just about out of time. Thank you very much for tuning in today. Thanks for all your comments. It's great to see that we're getting more comments and more messages sent in. It's really appreciated. Remember, on the channel, we have Johnny Bailey's weekly roundup tomorrow night live on YouTube with Johnson Borough manager Murdy McKinnon, so you can hear what Murdy's thoughts are after today's game. During the week, we have on Tuesday, we have a Championship to League 2 show with Jordan and Michael. We've got Paul Adams, WSFL build-up for the week, next week's fixtures on Wednesday and Thursday. We have All Talk Scottish Premiership with Shay. Look, thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope that you've enjoyed the show, everybody, and have a good weekend. Take care.
I don't know what it looks like for me, but